Good afternoon to all present and those who follow us by streaming. We begin the second session of this workshop, Networks of Musical Patronage and Circulation of Musicians, in which Professors Antonia Fiallo Conde and Colin Bade will speak in this order. Both will introduce us to the musical activity developed in the monastic settings of Évora and Toledo, a central and recurrent topic of their research since the late 1990s. Antonia Fiallo Conde is with us via Zoom. Hi, Antonia, how are you?
Hello, Juan.
Well,
I'm very well, thank you.
I will introduce you and let's hope that the technology behaves well as this morning and that the connection allows us to follow your interesting proposal without missing any detail. Well, Antonia Fiallo Conde is an assistant professor in the Department of History at the University of Évora, member of the Research Center Cideus, where she coordinates Group 2, Heritage, Literacy and Cultural Diversities. Her research interests are centered in the history of Portugal, early modern period, and history of Cistercian female monasticism, cultural heritage and material culture, areas where she publishes, collaborates in national and internationally funded research projects, and supervises theses and dissertations. She is the director of the Master in Management and Enhancement of History and Cultural Heritage at the University of Évora. Antonia Fiallo Conde has entitled her paper for this session A reconstrução da prática musical nas comunidades religiosas femininas de Évora, séculos XVII, XIX, influências, determinações, rupturas e continuidades. Sorry for my Portuguese. Whenever you want, Antonia.
That's okay, Juan Jiménez. Yeah. Well, when I don't know if I can start to communicate.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes,
okay.
You want.
I need to share my screen, please, to share PowerPoint with everybody that it's listening us here, please. How can I share?
Antonia, is you?
Yes, let me see. Okay. Because
yeah.
Are you seeing now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, like okay. This. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, perfectly. Thank you. A special hello to everybody that it's listening us in this so special event. I'm sorry, but I'm going to speak in Portuguese about my special field of studies, that it's the female religious communities in Évora in the early modern history, and speaking especially about the musical practice. Just to show you some images of Évora that some of that are hearing us now know the city quite well, but this is in the beginning of the 16th century, and these buildings with the blue curvature, they are in relationship with the religious power. For example, this one here, it's a monastery of Dominicans that nowadays does not exist. An image of the city in the 17th century show also a profile defining the enceinte of the modern age with these kind of fortifications, but also a lot of religious buildings inside and in the exterior side of the village. So here, for example, are the Carthusians, and as we can see, the presence of religious in the daily life was quite important. To understand what we are talking about, we can speak about 23 monasteries and convents in the city of Évora that we have the indication of their location, and with some ruins nowadays, or with new uses. And in orange, we have the female communities. And I'm especially interested in these female communities and in their musical practice. We have here, for example, the Santa Clara communities. This one here, Calvario, also of Santa Clara and Salvador. So three convents dedicated to the rule of Santa Clara de Assis. Santa Catarina and Paradise were dedicated to the Dominicans. In the exterior of the enceinte, São Bento de Castries, that is the oldest monastery in the city of the 13th century and belongs to the Cistercian order. São José Carmelites, Santa Monica Augustines. So different rules, and also different indications, even from the central structure of the church. And we must remind the importance of the Council of Trent and its indications about the practice of music, because of the understanding. It was quite important to understand the words, and the music must be something quite controlled. Even like that, we know nowadays, in comparison with other countries, that each country and even each region in the 16th and the 17th century, they developed their own forms of sing and how to use the music. Some images just to understand also the importance of the interior of these buildings and where the nuns and monks were. This is a female monastery in the exterior of the city, a Franciscan one of men, another a Dominican of men also. This is another of men. This is one of Santa Clara order. Nowadays, it's a school. This is one of the last that in Évora. It's not occupied, so no nuns and no uses. That's why we are quite concerned about the building and its heritage, also in relationship with the musical testifies. This is nowadays transformed in a hotel. It's dedicated to a 5-star hotel of men also. Another of men. This nowadays does it not exist. It's a Dominican convent, both of women, and both disappeared. This one, the Paradise, it's quite interesting to understand the logical development of the city in what concerns the urban landscape. Here, Santa Monica of the Augustines. Nowadays, a part of the building belongs to the university. The other, it's a school, a primary school. We can see how the works were along the 20th century. Another one, Salvador, that was in ruins, and nowadays it's reconstructed. Carmo, another one, and I'm just finishing another convent of men in the city. So this is the female one of Carmelites. It's a Baroque building, quite interesting, and in the interior of the church we can see how important was indeed the relationship of the nuns, because they have two choirs in relationship with the external world. This was founded by the Cardinal Dom Henrique, a son of the King Emmanuel I, very important in the life of the city. The Carthusian one, as you know, the Carthusians left this building some time ago. Nowadays, it's almost occupied by a group of new nuns, not men, but females now. The cloister is quite exuberant, and the church here is a quite interesting building. The choir and the books of choir of this convent are in the archive of the city, and they are very poor in the level of decoration, because remember, they were Carthusians. Another convent, and this one, it's a little bit far away from the city, but it's a jewel of the Renaissance. So we can see that we have a lot of locals to excuse me, of locals to study, and the inventories that were made when was the extinction of these houses in the end of the 19th century, and I'm talking about the female houses. We can find, as I said, inventories that talk us about the kind of books that the nuns had in the libraries, antiphonary, sacred musics, and we are intending nowadays with the project PASEV, we're trying to locate where these musics are, and this is really a source quite important. We find, for example, some books and some compositions made by the nuns, as this case, Ladainha, que fez a venerável Madre Soror Maria de Jesus, abadesa do convento da Imaculada Conceição da Vila de Ágreda, para a capela, para se dizer na capela do Apocalipse, no convento do Calvário de Évora. So it was a composition from the abbess of the convent of the Conception in Ágreda, to be said in a convent in Évora. This is a relationship quite interesting, and it will be quite good to study, because we had the reference where this composition is, and try to understand the relationship, for example, with musics of the same kind. For example, we have a total composition of the library of St. Clair, and we can see here the authors that were more represented there. Look at the names here and the titles of the works. Here in this table, we can see especially books that these nuns had related to the music. 1, 2, 3, especially dedicated to musical instruction, or to the organ, or to the chant, or even to the minimal heart of music. So this means that it was quite important to the young nuns that entered in the convent to study and to learn about what it was important in this order, about the music, of course. We have also other sources that I'd like to talk with you, not very deeply, because this occasion it's more for a dialogue, I think. And we have a quite interesting manuscript of the 16th century of the Dominican nuns, giving indications about the offices in the monastery. So, for example, the singer, and we have here all the obligations of the singer, what she could do, and how to do it. In Portuguese, we can here see do ofício da cantor, capítulo 5, circa livros e scripta, acerca dos about books and script. Here some indications about what was the right place to be in the choir. So the main singer must be in the choir destro. It means in the right side of the choir, and that she could move to the left side to compose if she see the harmony or the voices were not corresponding to what she wanted. To help the main singer, we had the minor singer for the Dominicans nuns. This singer was responsible to the left side of the choir, and to do a table about the functions of each nun in the choir, helping precisely the main singer. And just to tell you that, for example, in the table, the time, as in the other parts in the convents or the monasteries, where they when they were to bed, when they can pray, etc. All was controlled by sound. So it was a relationship between silence and some kinds of sounds. And depending on the frequency and the type of sound, we can see different functions and different offices developing. So it was as nowadays in a large group of people, it was a way to control them with sound. In this document, I found a reference, as other researchers, of course, had, about zimbang. It was a kind of little bell to announce that they must they must wait to the table. So, in my opinion, in the talking you now about the talking you about the importance of the sources. I think it's quite important to hear what documents tell us. Parchments, inventories, even as we said, other kind of testifies like pictures. But now I try to talk to you only about written sources, and we can reconstruct the life of the monasteries, or intend to contribute to know that way of life that a lot of women choose in the early modern age. I can guarantee you that I had a written communication in Portuguese, but when I started to pass the PowerPoint in English, and I understood that some of you could understand me better in English than in Portuguese, my option was to talk to you in English. Excuse me, but I must thank you again, and if you want some explanation, we can talk later, please.
Thank you very much, Antonia, for your interesting paper. We keep questions and commentaries for the end of the session. So we continue with our second speaker. Colin Bade is with us in the room. Her deep affinity for Spanish culture means that she looks for and finds every opportunity to come and visit us and to maintain a direct contact with the many colleagues with whom she has been a close friend for many years. Thank you very much, Colleen, for the effort made to be here today for this workshop. Colleen Bade earns her living teaching Spanish language and literature, and on occasion Spanish music, as adjunct assistant professor in the Department of Modern Languages and Literature at Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska. She lives in Lincoln, Nebraska, where she also serves as organist in St. Matthew's Episcopal Church. Her dissertations at Duke University, conference papers and publications are dedicated to the investigation of nuns' music in convents in early modern Castile, 16th to 18th centuries. Anytime when you want, Colleen.
Bueno, se ve que mi amigo Juan me conoce bien, que la verdad que cuando me llamó Ascensión, o sea, cuando me escribió Ascensión, hablándome de este congreso, invitándome, entonces me ha dicho que claro que se podría participar de forma virtual, y yo dije nada de eso, que voy. Porque, claro, los pretextos para justificar mis viajes a España no vienen con la frecuencia que quisiera. Bien, a ver si encuentro el PowerPoint ahora. Aquí está. Y lo ponemos en el show. Ay. Ah, sí. Bueno, no sé qué se veía ahí. A ver si... Bueno, si resulta que no nos quiere salir, ahí está.
Ahí está. Ahí funciona. A ver. Si no, le puedes dar pasar aquí, ¿vale?
Sí.
Porque en principio no se puede poner.
La otra forma sería bajarlo, que a lo mejor tarda tiempo, pero puedo
bajarlo,
empezar
bajarlo.
a hablar mientras
Sí, claro.
baje. Es
Es
el
este,
número
¿no?
3, sí.
Vale. Un momento.
Sí, abrir en
Ahí.
aplicación.
Ya está.
Ah.
Puede empezar si quiere,
Sí, vamos.
como veas.
Bueno, el presente trabajo propone explorar diversas redes familiares, redes profesionales e incluso redes geográficas conectadas con el entorno conventual de la ciudad de Toledo hacia finales del 16 e inicios del 17 e inicios del 18. Y a ver si ahora esto se puede... Oh, aquí. Oh, está bajando. Ok, quedan 3 minutos. Vale. Bien, el año 1700 se toma como eje de estas investigaciones por ser la fecha de 2 ocasiones claves. La muerte en 20 de noviembre de la madre Francisca Calderón de la Barca, monja profesa y 2 veces abadesa, en el monasterio de Santa Clara de Toledo. Y, a pocos meses previos, en 10 de agosto, la toma de hábito en el mismo convento de la monja organista María de Miranda, gracias al mecenazgo de la Madre Francisca, como en adelante veremos. Bien, entonces la primera red que propongo explorar es la posibilidad de una red familiar Calderón de la Barca. Hasta ahora no he podido aclarar la naturaleza del posible parentesco entre Francisca y el insigne dramaturgo del mismo apellido, aunque otros estudiosos lo hayan querido afirmar. Es cierto que la familia Calderón de la Barca estuvo vinculada con el monasterio de Santa Clara de Toledo ya desde finales del siglo XVI. Fueron monjas en Santa Clara 2 tías paternas de Pedro Calderón de la Barca, ambas estas hijas del matrimonio entre los abuelos paternos del dramaturgo, o sea, el abuelo Pedro Calderón de la Barca con Isabel Ruiz Blázquez. María Calderón de la Barca y Blázquez ingresó en Santa Clara en 1580, a los 15 años, seguida poco después por su hermana Isabel. Un minuto, a ver si... Porque esto se entiende mejor. Abrir al finalizar. Le puedo decir eso, ¿no? Entonces, de la próxima generación ingresarían en el mismo convento 2 hermanas del dramaturgo. Tras la muerte en 1610 de su madre, Ana María de Henao, ingresa en Santa Clara en 1612. Esta es la hermana del dramaturgo Dorotea Calderón de la Barca, seguida el año siguiente por su hermanita Antonia. Algunos han querido aseverar que Francisca Calderón de la Barca, la que nos interesa a nosotros, fuera también descendiente de Pedro Abuelo, una aseveración que no he podido confirmar y que tampoco me parece muy lógica. Francisca Calderón de la Barca era hija del primer matrimonio de Juan Calderón de la Barca, jurado, luego regidor perpetuo, y un reputado miembro de la oligarquía urbana de Toledo del siglo XVII. Sigue bajando. Ambos, Juan y su esposa Juana Jiménez de Páramo, la madre de Francisca, eran naturales de Toledo. Juan Calderón de la Barca figura de vez en cuando en estudios sobre sociedad y economía en la España de la Edad Moderna, como por ejemplo las investigaciones del historiador Francisco José Aranda Pérez, quien afirma que la hacienda excepcional de este riquísimo regidor ascendía a casi 97 millones de maravedíes. La historiadora del arte Paula Revenga Domínguez ha documentado la considerable colección de pinturas que poseía, registradas en los dos inventarios que de ellas se hicieron a principios y finales de la década de 1780. Y el historiador y restaurador Mario Ávila Vivar ha identificado a Juan Calderón de la Barca como el donante de la peana de plata de la Virgen de la Esperanza de la iglesia de San Cipriano, hecha en 1768 por el platero Virgilio Fanelli. Que no te oigo. Es que no te oigo nada. No entiendo lo que me dices. Pero sí, esto sí lo puedo pasar. Lo que pasa es que no se ve de la misma forma. Pero... Sí. Lo que pasa es que no se ve, o sea, no se ve como quisiera yo que se viera. Pero bueno, esta es la genealogía de Pedro Dramaturgo. Está la genealogía de Francisca y su padre Juan, que sigo hablando en un momento. Y como aparte, pues tenía unas fotos de la iglesia de San Cipriano y de procesiones de esta Virgen que todavía se hacía y se sigue haciendo. Y esta es la peana donada por el padre de nuestra Francisca Calderón de la Barca. Entonces, volviendo a la genealogía de ella, pues este Juan Calderón de la Barca era hijo de otro Diego Calderón de la Barca. Es que la repetición de nombres es... Este es vecino y natural de Toledo. Y entonces no se trata del Diego Calderón de la Barca Ruiz, que nació en Madrid. La madre de Juan era Eugenia de Valderas, natural de la villa de Mora. Y el testamento de Juan Calderón de la Barca también identifica a sus bisabuelos paternos, los tatarabuelos de Francisca, otro de nombre de Diego, casado con Ana Ruiz Güémez de Galitzano, Cantábricos. Por lo visto, el parentesco entre Francisca y el célebre autor tiene que ser lejano, lo cual no anula necesariamente la posibilidad de que Francisca fuera influenciada por las hermanas en religión con quienes compartía apellido. Observamos que Dorotea, la hermana del dramaturgo, aún vivía en Santa Clara cuando profesaba Francisca en 1769, falleciendo aquella en 1782 a los 84 años. Igual, Francisca también era consciente de las otras mujeres Calderón de la Barca que la habían precedido como monjas en Santa Clara, fuese la que fuese la naturaleza exacta de su parentesco con ellas. Bueno, ahora entonces vamos a conocer un poco a esta Francisca. Lástima que esto no se puede abrir en más grande, pero bueno. A Francisca Calderón de la Barca la podemos conocer a través de unas escrituras de renuncia y protesta que hizo en 25 de octubre de 1769, aproximadamente un mes antes de hacer su profesión final como monja en el monasterio de Santa Clara de Toledo. Se nos presenta a una joven que parece tener muy claro lo que quiere. El documento comienza por reafirmar la decisión de Francisca de ser monja, creyendo ser este el estado para que Dios nuestro Señor la previno y llamó desde tan corta edad. Francisca declara haber cumplido los 16 años, dice llevar ya 7 años en Santa Clara, con lo cual tiene que haber nacido por 1753, entrando al convento en 63, por ahí, con solo 9 años. Cabe suponer que su ingreso al monasterio fuera ocasionada por la muerte de su madre, quien para la fecha de estas escrituras era ya difunta. El documento informa que también se ha muerto el hijo mayor y único varón de su padre Juan, o sea, su hermano, no quedándole a este más que otra hija en quien asegurar su sucesión con muchos bienes temporales que Dios ha sido servido dejarle. Francisca, por su parte, alega que su padre le ha presionado para que salga del convento y contraiga matrimonio. La ha hecho, y aquí es la cita, lo que vemos aquí, la ha hecho y hace muchas instancias para que dejando su santo hábito salga al siglo y admita el estado de casada a que se ha resistido y está resistiendo continuando su mejor y más seguro propósito. Actitud que no se ha compensado con la aprobación del padre, sino que ha resultado el haberse disgustado algunas veces con ella. El documento expone a continuación que la tenacidad de la sobredicha ha resultado al final en que el padre haya cedido a la voluntad de su hija y no obstante, viendo su perseverancia, se ha allanado a dejarla profesar. Bueno, típicamente, como bien sabéis, antes de que una novicia hiciera su profesión final, hacía renunciación de sus legítimas. Es decir, renunciaba a su derecho a la herencia a favor de típicamente algún otro miembro de la familia. Atrevidamente, a mi parecer, Francisca protesta contra esta costumbre, razonando que si volviera, y esto es lo que pone, si volviera al siglo y no profesara, se debía de dejar necesariamente esta libertad y usar y disponer de ella en cosas temporales. Quiere tenerla y usar y disponer de su hacienda en cosas espirituales, pues lo que no se le prohibiera siendo seglar, no se le debe prohibir eligiendo el más perfecto estado de religiosa. Y así quiere disponer de todas sus legítimas. Es más, Francisca hace mención de su propia salud, un tanto delicada, con muchos achaques en años mayores, han de ser de mayor gasto, o es decir, que necesita el dinero para ir adelante, ¿no? Y que teniendo lo necesario para su cura y socorro temporal podrá mejor acudir a sus ejercicios espirituales. Francisca reconoce que hacer tal declaración puede agravar su situación precaria, exponiéndole a grandes riesgos del enojo de su padre y que con él la procure impedir su profesión sin satisfacer la dote y gastos de ella y por los demás medios y rigores que se le ofrezcan, procurando sacarla al siglo. En vista de todo lo anterior, Francisca dice aceptar renunciar sus legítimas, pero pone una serie de condiciones. Que la cantidad de dinero que corresponde al valor de sus legítimas se emplee en renta, de la que va a gozar Francisca, que después de su muerte, de la renta se dé dinero para unas lámparas de plata, que se cumpla una capellanía y que todo lo demás de la dicha renta la goce el dicho convento después de la muerte de ella. Y no sé qué, bueno, estas son otras imágenes de estos documentos. Cabe preguntarnos si los esfuerzos de Francisca por sacar beneficio para sí misma y para su convento deberían atribuirse exclusivamente a los empeños de la joven monja. Es de razonar que sus hermanas en religión, conscientes del provecho que podría sacarse del hecho de que Francisca fuera hija de un padre acaudalado, pues que éstas le animaran a Francisca a que eligiera y permaneciera en el estado de religiosa. Sin embargo, tampoco hay que restarle voluntad, lo que en inglés llamamos agency, a la joven Francisca. Cabe mencionar que las décadas anteriores a la profesión de Francisca fueron años de apuro económico, en los que el monasterio experimentaba un decrecimiento en donaciones. Sin duda, la comunidad veía con buenos ojos la profesión de otra hermana Calderón de la Barca. Bueno, no quisiera alargar demasiado esta interesantísima y enrevesada historia, pero bueno, os enseño rápidamente una serie, luego viene una serie de pleitos, alegaciones y pleitos. Y aquí tengo, bueno, estos son los otros herederos que luego, bueno, se vuelve a casar el padre con una jovencita y estos son documentos impresos que no he podido ver, pero que salen en el catálogo de Iberian Books, ¿no? En relación con este pleito, o esta serie de pleitos, o lo que fuera. Entonces, esto comenzó al parecer en 78 y no terminó hasta 87, año en que se llegó a un acuerdo entre el convento y los herederos, según el que el monasterio recibiría 10.000 ducados y se le permitió gozar de los réditos de unos censos. Bien, vamos para la música entonces. Estos son las firmas de uno de los herederos, el mariscal de Castilla, y de su esposa, y de Francisca, aquí. Bien, pues, si bien las provisiones expuestas en la escritura de protesta de 1669 no contienen mención específica de la música, no creo que sea ir demasiado lejos pensar que Francisca, como patrocinadora de Santa Clara, puede considerarse también mecenas de la música, la que sabemos que se practicaba con esmero en este convento ya desde al menos finales del XVI, donde encontramos varias referencias a la música en los libros de cuentas. Según las cuentas ya del 17, pues encontramos referencias a lo que podéis ver aquí, incluso refresco, que hemos visto antes, menciona comida especial. Bueno, sale mucho este tema, ¿no? Refresco a las señoras cantoras en la fiesta de Santa Clara. Prueba de que las monjas de Santa Clara cantaban polifonía en esta época la tenemos en una partitura suelta que hace años vi metido, no está cosido, o sea, está simplemente metido ahí dentro de este libro, este ejemplar del Pasionario de Andrés de Angulo. Y supongo que queda ahí en el archivo, aunque no lo puedo confirmar. La partitura es del alto del primer coro, lo podéis ver ahí, y lleva escrito el nombre de la señora doña Teresa Castaño. Y aquí vemos la partitura entera. Teresa Castaño de Vargas, coetánea de Francisca Calderón de la Barca, tomó el hábito en Santa Clara en 1760, profesando en 65. Sabemos que el convento no la recibió a título de música, ya que pagó la dote acostumbrada de 1.200 ducados. Durante los 60 años que vivió como monja profesa en Santa Clara, tendría unos 75 cuando falleció en 1725, fue elegida a múltiples turnos como abadesa y también en otros oficios. Esto nos lleva de vuelta al año 1700, año en que Teresa Castaño de Vargas firma como abadesa una petición solicitando recibir como monja organista a María de Miranda, una niña de 11 años sobre la que he publicado y hablado en otras ocasiones, y los documentos pues, relativos a su ingreso en Santa Clara nos proporcionan prueba concreta del mecenazgo musical de Francisca Calderón de la Barca. Entonces, además de las provisiones a las que se obliga el monasterio para con María de Miranda, que entrará sin dote, alimentarla, etc., es la madre Francisca Calderón de la Barca quien se obliga a que todos los días de su vida dará y socorrerá a dicha doña María de Miranda con todo lo que haga falta, ¿no? Y luego de ello, después de la muerte de Francisca, se le pagarían 20 ducados vellón de renta en cada año después de la muerte de Francisca.
Efectivamente, Francisca fallecería unos 3 meses después de haber firmado estos documentos y a partir de entonces María de Miranda gozaría durante 27 años de esta, lo llamaban legata. ¿Cuánto tiempo me queda? O bueno, las otras redes, muy rápidamente, tienen que ver con las mismas cosas que hemos visto, redes de monjas y organistas, músicos, ¿no? Lo curioso es que esta María de Miranda y luego su hermana también, Juana, sus nombres, o sea, José Solana también figura en los el fe de bautismo de ambas niñas. Entonces la relación tiene que ir más allá de simplemente discípula y maestro, ¿no? Esta es la red geográfica de organistas que venían de Pamplona, que yo creo que tiene que corresponder con la llegada de Pedro de Ardanaz. Y bueno, entonces concluimos con, para terminar, volvemos a donde hemos comenzado, con Francisca Calderón de la Barca. Si en vida la madre Francisca trabajaba para sacar adelante a su comunidad, tras su fallecimiento en noviembre de 1700, a la corta edad de 47, ella sabía, creo que no iba a vivir mucho rato, pues su legado continuaría. Ya hemos visto cómo la legata que en principio dejó para subvencionar el puesto de la monja organista María de Miranda, luego pasó a su hermana Juana. Es más, a partir de esta fecha, todas las monjas organistas en Santa Clara durante el resto del siglo XVIII recibirían un salario de este tipo, una práctica que permitía que el monasterio de Santa Clara compitiera favorablemente con los otros conventos de Toledo para asegurar que siempre tuvieran a una monja que ocupara el puesto de organista. Entre las memorias fundadas por la Madre Francisca se incluía una memoria de dinero para un extraordinario en la octava de Todos los Santos, misa y vigilia que ha de cantar dicha comunidad por el alma de Francisca. En el caso de las memorias fundadas por la Madre Francisca no se especificaba la naturaleza del canto, pero creo que podemos imaginar, que cabe imaginarnos que el coro de monjas, que este no es el coro de Santa Clara, es de Santo Domingo el Real, porque no hay foto, pero cabe imaginarnos que el coro de monjas, acompañado por la monja organista, durante las próximas décadas cantaría con agradecimiento por el reposo del alma de quien les había servido como la última gran benefactora del monasterio de Santa Clara de Toledo. Y gracias por vuestra atención.
Well, we have not a lot of time to keep in the schedule, but after this insight into the monastic music hall of Évora and Toledo, ¿alguna cuestión en la sala para las ponentes? I am particularly interested to know if in Évora or Toledo you have located the specific composition of villancicos or any related genre in vernacular for the ceremony of taking of the veil in any of the convents you have studied. Antonia, in Évora, have you found any specific... sorry. Antonia, I would like to know if you have located some specific villancicos or related genre in vernacular for the ceremony of taking of the veil in the convents of Évora.
Juan, yo no comprendo la cuestión. ¿Puedes ponerla en el bate-papo?
¿Dónde?
En el chat.
I don't understand the
Sorry.
question because of the sound.
Sorry.
So if you please, you can write the question. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand, but I don't know where to put it.
In
Have
Batpa.
you write it? Ascensión has written the question.
Ah, sí, sí. Sí, has encontrado villancico específicamente para profesiones de monjas. Juan. Entonces, la cuestión es tuya, Juan.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Do you want that I speak in Spanish or in English?
It's the,
In English, better. Okay.
It's the same for me.
We have the indication.
Oh, se ha cortado. Bueno, Juan, en cuanto a Toledo, yo personalmente no, nada, pero conocerás el artículo de Luis Jambó de los villancicos legados a una de esas, las sobrinas suyas, pero no se ha encontrado nada.
Nada, ¿no?
Sabemos que había, pero no se ha descubierto nada. Y de hecho
Porque es muy curioso, es decir, parece que tiene una cierta regionalidad, ¿no? Es decir, encontramos muchísimos villancicos para profesión de monjas que se hayan conservado en Valencia, en Barcelona, en Zaragoza.
Sí.
Es decir, hay una cierta regionalidad. Luego en otros sitios realmente no hay nada, ¿no? Y ese es un aspecto que me interesa, esa regionalidad, ¿no? Si bien es porque las fuentes no se han conservado, como parece que en algunos sitios es lo que ha ocurrido, pues porque la mayor parte de ellos son a través de impresos de textos, ¿no? Que estos impresos de textos que se han conservado de estos villancicos específicos de profesión de monjas, ¿no? Pero da la impresión de existir una cierta regionalidad, ¿no? En la composición de... ¿no? O esa es la impresión que tengo, ¿eh?
Bueno, claro que no es que no hubiera villancicos en Toledo.
No, para la profesión.
Para profesión
para la profesión de velo, ¿eh? Es decir,
Ya.
No,
Pues,
no villancicos, sino profesión de velo.
Ya. Pues de eso no sabría...
Ajá.
No sé.
Juan, una pregunta. ¿Te refieres a la composición de villancicos o a la impresión?
No, me refiero a la composición de villancicos específicos para las ceremonias que duraban varios días de la profesión de velo, ¿no? Es decir, de la toma de velo, la profesión de las monjas, ¿no?
Yo he encontrado un caso de villancicos a la profesión de un fraile.
¿Perdón?
De un fraile.
Ah, sí, bueno, sí, yo también, es decir...
Pero es muy raro, es el hijo de un noble, tiene varios en el convento, pero es la excepcionalidad comparado con lo que es la ceremonia para una mujer.
Claro, pero incluso en esa profesión la ceremonia de toma de velo de estas monjas, donde sí que encontramos estos villancicos en determinadas zonas con una cierta frecuencia y en otras donde realmente o no está o no los localizamos, ¿no? Es decir... Pero no, me estaba refiriendo o villancicos o géneros afines, ¿no? Que se compusieran expresamente para esa ceremonia, ¿no?
Vale, a ver, Antonio parece que está hablando.
Profesión, el ceremonial de la profesión, where we can find the indications to what it was played or the choir made in that occasion.
Thank you.
In this case, specifically to Dominican nuns and to the late 16th century. Let us know if it was a tradition that they kept along the years and all over the centuries.
Thank you very much. Any other
Thank you, Juan.
Any other question by streaming.
Bueno, quería preguntar tanto a Colín como a Juan, ¿cuáles son las fechas más tempranas de los villancicos para profesiones de monjas que han encontrado y si eran para ser interpretados por las propias monjas o por capillas externas a los conventos? Porque, por ejemplo, en Barcelona era muy habitual que fuesen interpretados por la capilla de la catedral o de Santa María del Pi, como sabe muy bien Merced, y no sé si hay diferencias, por ejemplo, en Toledo, Granada, con las fuentes que habéis trabajado.
Las fechas no las tengo en la cabeza, tendría que mirarlos, pero me parece recordar que de los más tempranos que hay es un ejemplar, me parece que recordar que en Montilla, la segunda mitad del 16, es un caso aislado, evidentemente ella es un personaje que pertenece a la nobleza, lo cual justificaría en cierta manera no solo el que se compusiera, sino el que se imprimieran los textos en una fecha tan temprana, ¿no? Con respecto a los demás ejemplos, prácticamente todos o la mayor parte de ellos son de la segunda mitad del siglo XVII en adelante, la mayor parte, ¿no? Con respecto a la interpretación por músicos profesionales o por las monjas, la mayor parte de ellos, por lo menos en esa segunda mitad del siglo XVII, son por músicos profesionales de la institución principal o de las instituciones principales de la ciudad.
Ya, yo en Toledo no tengo ejemplos para citar, o sea, no te puedo contestar ni siquiera.
Es muy raro que Toledo, es decir, un sitio tan emblemático, tan importante, porque sí que sabemos que estaban en Madrid, y yo he encontrado algún caso también en Madrid, ¿no?, por vecindad, pero todo apunta a esa regionalidad, que es algo que desde luego habrá que seguir viendo, ¿no?, en un futuro, porque todo apunta a que son como determinados lugares. En Zaragoza hay prácticamente casi todos los conventos presentan ejemplos de estos villancicos, Barcelona exactamente igual, en el entorno catalán hay un montón en Reus, en un montón de sitios. En Valencia se han conservado en muchos casos manuscritos, por los 2 volúmenes que hay con poesía, donde hay muchos ejemplos que reflejan también que era una práctica muy difundida en las distintas órdenes monásticas, tampoco focalizada en una orden o en otra, ¿no? Y en cambio salimos de ese ámbito y los casos son como muy puntuales, o por lo menos eso es lo que sabemos hasta ahora. ¿Hay alguna cuestión más? Ascensión, ¿tú tienes alguna cuestión en...? Bueno, pues... Ajá. Bueno, pues estamos prácticamente en tiempo. Well, if there are no further questions, we close the first part of this session by thanking our speakers, Antonia Fiallo Conde and Colin Bade, for sharing with us the results of their interesting research. Thank you both.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon for everybody. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Muchas gracias. Sí, ahora empezamos otra sesión virtual. Las dos ponentes van a hablar virtualmente y empezamos con Alicia López Carral, quien es una doctoranda, quien se graduó de grado en Ciencia e Historia de la Música en 2016 en la Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. En la actualidad realiza el programa de doctorado de documentación en la Universidad Complutense de Madrid, disfrutando de un contrato predoctoral FPI en el Departamento Medieval del CSIC, donde ha desarrollado desde entonces su actividad investigadora relacionada con el Fondo Antiguo Musical y el concreto sobre la imprenta musical en el periodo incunable. Y esta tarde nos va a hablar de la figura de Isabel I en el desarrollo de la impresión musical litúrgica en Granada en el periodo post-incunable. Y tengo muchas ganas de escucharle. Ahora, Alicia, puedes empezar cuando quieras.
Thank you very much, Tess, for introducing me. Buenas tardes a todos. En primer lugar, me gustaría agradecer la invitación y la oportunidad que me ha brindado la doctora Mazuela de estar hoy con todos ustedes, aunque sea de manera virtual. Es un auténtico placer participar en un congreso internacional de tal magnitud y calidad. Isabel I de Castilla, al contrario de lo que había sucedido en tiempos de su padre, Juan II, y su hermano Enrique IV, no solo tenía como objetivo obtener varias victorias en el campo de batalla, sino que pretendía algo más ambicioso: acabar con el poder islámico en la península y, por ende, conquistar Granada. En 1492, tras la victoria de los reyes católicos ante la constante presión de las fuerzas combinadas de Castilla y Aragón a las tropas de Boabdil, Granada se embarca en un proceso de incorporación a la vida política, económica, administrativa, religiosa y cultural del resto de España, y en la que la música juega un papel determinante y que ha pasado desapercibido por los investigadores. Por ello, el objetivo principal de esta comunicación es presentar la influencia de Isabel en el desarrollo de la imprenta musical en España y concretamente en Granada, mediante su mecenazgo y la utilización de la impresión musical como estrategia para implantar el ideario político y religioso. Años antes de la conquista de Granada, los reyes católicos, conscientes de la utilidad propagandística del libro impreso, favorecieron el nuevo arte, impulsando el establecimiento de impresores en Castilla y eximiendo a los libros del pago de impuestos a partir de 1482. Sin embargo, esta medida no evitó que España ocupara una posición periférica en la industria tipográfica europea y que dependiera en los primeros años de imprentas extranjeras. La corona, sobre todo por parte de la reina Isabel I, suele considerarse mecenas y promotores de la cultura literaria. Por ello, es fácil de entender que se planteara de inmediato la necesidad de disponer en la ciudad recién conquistada de un taller de imprenta que ayudara no solo a la imposición de las nuevas políticas administrativas, sino que la nueva tecnología se convirtiera en la principal herramienta de evangelización, pero mediante convicción y no por fuerza, convirtiéndose la música en un vehículo de formación, expresión y comunicación del mensaje cristiano. Por lo que atañe al mecenazgo literario, es sabido que su actividad beneficia tanto al patrocinador como al escritor. Desde luego, el mecenazgo literario de Isabel solo se explica como parte de su atracción por todos los aspectos de índole cultural, de la arquitectura a las artes plásticas, de la música a la celebración de acontecimientos religiosos y profanos, de su empeño por el aprendizaje tardío del latín a su favor para la difusión del castellano, el cual se esforzó en hablar y escribir con pulcritud. Los intereses musicales de Isabel I se deben a un aprendizaje en la corte de Enrique IV, pues independientemente de ser una de las aficiones preferidas del monarca, sobre todo desde el Concilio de Constanza, reyes y altos señores habían comenzado a usarla como símbolo de autoridad a causa de su papel propagandístico. Por ello, conquistada Granada en 1492, la aportación económica de Isabel para el desarrollo de una imprenta en Granada para la consolidación de sus políticas en territorio recién conquistado se convierte en un punto de partida determinante para la evolución de la imprenta musical en España en el siglo XVI. Por ello, los proyectos fueron encargados para que fueran guiados y supervisados por personas ilustradas allegadas a Isabel de primera referencia, como Fray Francisco Jiménez de Cisneros, arzobispo de Toledo y cardenal, el cardenal Pedro González de Mendoza, Fray Diego de Deza, inquisidor, maestro de los infantes y arzobispo de Sevilla, y Fray Hernando de Talavera, arzobispo de Granada, quien, motivado principalmente por las razones pastorales, se encargó de dirigir el proyecto editorial de Granada. Gracias a él, la presencia de la imprenta en Granada es relativamente temprana, si partimos de la base de que solo a partir de 1492 la ciudad forma parte de lo que podemos denominar la cristiandad, aunque no se puede hablar de una verdadera implicación hasta 1534, fecha en que se sitúan las primeras impresiones realizadas por los hijos de Antonio de Nebrija, Sebastián y Sancho en la imprenta de su propiedad. A finales de 1495, Fray Hernando de Talavera busca impresores en Sevilla, donde hubo una deliberada voluntad por parte de los monarcas de establecer en esta ciudad la imprenta más próspera del reino, con talleres de imprenta que sacaran a esta actividad de la languidez, en la que había permanecido desde 1477 hasta 1490. Por ello, contactó a dos talleres que se abrieron en la ciudad de Sevilla, la de Meinardo Hugon y Estanislao Colono, y la de Compañía de Impresores 4 Compañeros Alemanes. Gracias a una cédula real fechada en Sevilla el 14 de marzo de 1491, tenemos constancia de la intervención de los Reyes Católicos de manera personal en la llegada a Sevilla de esta compañía de impresores. Además, gracias a los trabajos de investigación de Augusto Jurado Muñoz de la Cuerva, sabemos que se conservan narraciones sobre el contacto de la corona con los dos talleres sevillanos, como la de Meinardo Hugon, en la que dice textualmente: Sus Altezas, el Rey y Reina, nuestros señores, enviaron por mí a Nápoles para que yo viniese luego a esta ciudad para imprimir los dichos libros de molde. Y en una exposición de los 4 compañeros alemanes, estos declaran: fuimos llamados por mandado de la reina Nuestra Señora a esta ciudad para imprimir ciertas obras, y por ello vinieron con los aparejos del dicho oficio a lo usar en esta ciudad. Ante la eficacia con la que había desempeñado Meinardo Hugon y Estanislao Colono el gran proyecto editorial del Processionarium Segurdum Ordinem Fratum Praedicatorum, obra que se acaba de imprimir el 3 de abril de 1494 bajo la financiación de la corona, llega a Granada en febrero de 1496 con todos sus oficiales. Presentados al arzobispo, les encarga algunos trabajos encaminados a la docencia religiosa de los nuevos catecúmenos, siendo terminados el 30 de abril los trabajos de Johannes Petniger, de compañeros alemanes, y a finales de mayo los de Hugon, volviéndose ambos después a Sevilla. Debido al cierre de las dos imprentas de la primera llamada y ante la falta de realizar más proyectos editoriales para la nueva diócesis granadina, fueron llamados los dos impresores que se habían puesto de acuerdo para comprar sus tipos y prensas, Jacobo Kronberger y Juan Varela de Salamanca. Con esta petición, este último ve su oportunidad de establecerse de forma independiente y acepta el llamamiento de Talavera, trasladándose a Granada con su equipo y con el papel necesario, ya que la actividad bélica, las dificultades ortográficas y el mayor atractivo del oro americano de Sevilla habían dejado el comercio granadino reducido casi exclusivamente al ámbito de la seda, sin establecer canales de suministro permanentes. Centrándonos concretamente en la figura de la reina Isabel, esta promueve directamente una serie de ediciones que satisfacen especialmente sus gustos espirituales y legislativos, a través de personas de primera referencia como el cardenal Cisneros o Fray Hernando de Talavera. La política desarrollada respecto de la letra de molde fue carácter protector del medio y de sus profesionales como estrategia general. Con habilidad se estableció una red de intereses mutuos, de tal manera que la idea del fomento de la cultura y del mejoramiento del nivel de preparación de los súbditos se compatibilizó con la consecución de otros objetivos tendentes a legitimizar la propia dinastía, a reforzar el papel de la corona, a implantar el ideario político preconizado, a difundir todas las innovaciones legislativas y administrativas y a establecer un consenso y una obediencia a sus reales personas. Desde el punto de vista musical, la reina Isabel financia la impresión de libros litúrgicos como herramienta de conversión, como símbolo de autoridad, a causa de su papel propagandístico, y como herramienta docente para la preparación de los nuevos catecúmenos. Tras el fallecimiento de Isabel I en 1504 es cuando realmente empiezan a ver la luz los proyectos apalabrados entre Fray Hernando de Talavera y Juan Varela de Salamanca bajo la financiación de la corona y cuando comienza a realizarse la técnica de impresión musical en Granada para la diócesis de Granada. Después de la impresión del Breviarium de Camera Comproprium Granatense el 1 de marzo de 1506, Juan Varela imprime un graduale, un officiarium santorale entre 1506 y 1507 con música en tetragramas, que es el que muestro en la diapositiva. El único ejemplar que se conserva de esta edición se encuentra entre los fondos de la Biblioteca Nacional de Francia y está muy incompleto. Por otra parte, Gómez Moreno encontró unos fragmentos en la Colegiata de Sacromonte de Granada, los cuales no fueron hallados por Antonio de Rozola, importante bibliógrafo e investigador incunabulista y postincunabulista, a pesar de sus incipientes búsquedas. A pesar de la muerte de Fray Hernando de Talavera en 1507, Varela de Salamanca imprime 2 ediciones que sepamos, ambas fechadas en 1508 y con notación musical impresa. Un salterio citado por Brunet y un magnífico antifonario en vitela con tipos rojos y negros. Es Hernando de Talavera el que parece cerrar la actividad granadina de Varela tras rendir cuentas ante el provisor del arzobispo, el mismo Fray Pedro de Alcalá. Dado que no podemos describir la música del Salterium, pues aunque sabemos que debería de haberla llevado, no se conoce ejemplar alguno, me detendré unos minutos en analizar el Antifonarium Officiarium Dominicale impreso para la diócesis de Granada el 24 de enero de 1508. Es un libro de uso común en formato en folio, en vitela, con 327 folios aproximadamente, impreso a una columna en tinta negra y roja y con foliación original impresa en números romanos. Se conservan 4 ejemplares de esta edición, uno en la Biblioteca Nacional de España, otro ejemplar se conserva en la Biblioteca Nacional de Francia y uno en la Abadía del Sacromonte en Granada, el cual están restaurando. Según los apuntes de Antonio de Rozola, entre los fondos de la abadía se conservan otro ejemplar más, el cual en ninguna de sus visitas realizadas en 1958 y 1961 fue capaz de localizar. Aunque algunos bibliógrafos dan este libro como incunable impreso en Sevilla por los 4 compañeros alemanes cerca de 1491, Odriozola demostró en su artículo Un incunable más y un incunable menos, publicado en 1960, que está impreso en Granada por Juan Varela de Salamanca en 1508. Desde el punto de vista de la técnica de impresión musical utilizada, todo parece indicar que se ha impreso la notación musical cuadrada de manera tipográfica en negro sobre tetragramas en rojo a una columna en todo el libro. Estos tetragramas se han impreso a priori de manera xilográfica, concretamente introduciendo 7 tetragramas en plana. Este libro parece haber sido impreso al mismo tiempo y con los mismos tipos que el gradual que he mostrado en diapositivas anteriores. Como dato significativo, el antifonario contiene algunas correcciones a nivel de concordancia de texto y notación musical realizadas para la correcta difusión y práctica litúrgica, lo que denota la dificultad de la combinación de ambas técnicas de impresión realizadas en tiempos diferentes. Por otra parte, no todo el antifonario es impreso, pues algunas partes litúrgicas musicales están incorporadas de manera manuscrita, tal y como se puede ver en la diapositiva. Como conclusión, tras la conquista de Granada y consagrado Fray Hernando de Talavera como arzobispo de esta ciudad, la reina Isabel I se plantea de inmediato la necesidad de disponer en la ciudad de un taller de imprenta que ayudase no solo a un proceso de incorporación de la ciudad recién conquistada a la vida política, económica, administrativa, religiosa y cultural del resto de España, sino a una propaganda religiosa en la que la impresión de música tuvo un papel determinante. Es un primer momento, Isabel I, mediante Hernando de Talavera, contactó a impresores de gran nivel afincados en Sevilla para realizar los primeros proyectos. Hasta 1534 no cabe hablar de impresores granadinos, pues los que imprimen ni son de forma temporal ni sus trabajos crearon oficio, pero anteriormente a esa fecha se imprimieron importantes trabajos litúrgicos musicales de gran envergadura para la diócesis de Granada, como el Antifonarium Officialium Dominicale, impreso en 1508, a cargo del impresor Juan Varela de Salamanca, el cual marcó un antes y un después en la evolución de la técnica de impresión musical en la ciudad recién conquistada. Muchísimas gracias por la atención.
Muchísimas gracias, Alicia. Una presentación muy interesante, pero creo que vamos a hacer como en las otras sesiones, que seguimos con la segunda presentación y luego volvemos al debate al final. Así que ahora hacemos un cambio. We change to English. And do we have Jessica with us, please?
Yes, right here.
Very good. Good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us from the States. Jessica is assistant professor of Italian at the University of Alabama in the States. After completing her PhD at New York University, she has had long-term fellowships at the University of Pennsylvania, the Folger Shakespeare Library, and the Ville Itati, the Harvard University Center for Italian Renaissance Studies. Her most recent publications focus on the Italian singer and prolific writer Margherita Costa, including essays on her equestrian ballet libretto, which I would love to hear about, which appeared in Renaissance Quarterly, and she has also co-translated an edition of the comedy by Costa entitled Li Buffoni for the Other Voice in Early Modern Europe series. She has just completed a book manuscript entitled Margherita Costa, Diva of the Baroque Court, and this is her subject today, Margherita Costa's musical textual relationships in Baroque Italy. Thank you, Jessica. You may begin.
Thank you, Tess. Let me get my PowerPoint shared. I hope, is that visible to everyone?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, I would first like to thank Ascensión for the kind invitation to join you for this morning for me, this afternoon for many of you, to speak about my ongoing work on the fascinating and sui generis figure of Margherita Costa, a 17th century Italian opera and chamber singer, prolific writer, and a courtesan. So very different kind of woman than Isabel that Alicia just spoke about, or the religious women that Antonia and Colleen spoke about in the session before this. While famed and respected in her own day, Costa has been long ignored or censured in the intervening centuries, in no small part due to her activities as a courtesan and the overtly sexual nature of many of her publications. In consequence, her successes and the intellectual and patronage networks that facilitate those successes have often been overlooked. Her star is now changing, however, and scholarship on Costa, her publications, and her performance is now seeing a dramatic increase in recent years, including the book that Tess just mentioned that I have coming out now officially with University of Toronto Press on Margherita Costa, Diva of the Baroque Court. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share a portion of that work with you today. And I apologize for not making the morning sessions. I'm on a 7-hour time difference. I got here as early as I could, but so to begin, renowned, let me see if this, there we go, pardon. Renowned Florentine artist Stefano della Bella gives us our first image of Costa, a frontispiece that visually combines her interests in music, theater, and literature in this author portrait for her first major publication. You can see the guitars and part books down at the bottom of the image. She began her career as a courtesan and a chamber singer, performing in private venues of her native Rome, public performances by women, of course, there being banned. But her performance itinerary soon took her to the stages of Florence, Turin, Paris, Venice, and possibly Germany in operas by composers like Francesco Cavalli and Luigi Rossi, possibly Claudio Monteverdi. Hers would become a musically inclined family. Her arguably more famous sister, Anna Francesca Costa, was starring in operas in Italy and Paris and became an impresario in her own right. While one of her daughters would perform on Florentine and perhaps also Venetian stages. Only Margherita in the family, however, dedicated herself to the pen as well as to song. While in Florence, she supplemented her role as a singer by launching what would become a lifelong and vibrant literary career. Indeed, she's not noteworthy not merely for the quantity of her publications, 14 full-length works, but her impressive span of genres. So these include 6 poetry collections, as well as a mythological epic and a religious epic, a thick history, a collection of amorous letters, and 4 theatrical works, a mythological drama, which I believe is actually a libretto for a drama in musica, a libretto for a pastoral opera, a libretto for an equestrian ballet, to my knowledge, the only example by a woman, although the composer Francesca Caccini wrote the music for another. I'll just mention to Tess, since she asked about the equestrian ballet, that I've just discovered the existence of buffalo masquerades as well, so multi-animal adventures happening in Italy. And a burlesque comedy, the first comedy published by a woman in Italy. In these volumes, particularly those from her early career, Costa insisted upon her own capriciousness and unconventionality as a writer and performer. And as a result, these works range stylistically and thematically from the sacred to the salacious. This versatility reflects the various environments in which Costa was active. She enjoyed ties to the choicest patrons of her age. Grand Duke of Tuscany, Ferdinando II de' Medici, his wife Vittoria Rovere, and other members of the family like Cardinal Giovancarlo. Charles de Lorraine, Duke of Guise, then exiled in Florence. Cardinal Francesco Barberini, and through him, Urban VIII. Camillo Panfili, nephew of Innocent X. There he is. Marie Christine of France, Duchess and Regent of Savoy. Cardinal Jules Mazarin and Anne of Austria, Queen Mother and Regent of France, and collectively the Brunswick-Lüneburg Dukes, George Wilhelm, Ernst Augustus, and Johann Friedrich. To all of these, Costa dedicated full publications as well as individual poems. I'll notice a quick aside that she only has 2 non-elite dedicatees. One is a buffoon that worked for the Medici, who is appropriately the dedicatee of her comedy, The Buffoons. And also the Spanish ambassador to Tuscany, Giovanni di Rasso, Juan de Rasso, about whom I've been able to find very little information. So I'll take advantage of being around so many Hispanists today to say that I'd be grateful if anybody happens to know anything about him. So this panorama of benefactors gives us an early appreciation of the intersection of Costa's musical and literary careers. As Sarah Mamone has documented, the Medici became opera impresarios with interests not only in Tuscany, but also Venice, and her relationship with them would span over 2 decades. Costa's main publication for the Barberini in Rome was a hagiographic epic about Santa Cecilia, the patron saint of music, whose legend offered appealing parallels to Costa's own life as well as that of Pope Urban VIII. Marie Christine paid her a handsome salary as a chamber singer in Turin, and this is one of the few contracts that we've been able to find of Costa's. While Mazarin and Queen Anne would invite her to sing in Luigi Rossi's 1647 opera Orfeo at the Palais Royal, an event to which we'll return shortly. Her late life opera libretto for the German ducal brothers is especially interesting, as Costa's work was among the very first into what would become a 30-year tidal wave of Venetian printed librettos dedicated to these great fans of the Serenissimo's opera stages. So Costa essentially begins the tradition of dedicating opera librettos to them. The names of these men and women, the patronage network responsible for Costa's performance itineraries, appear across her frontispieces. The central thesis of my book is that Costa artfully and resiliently cultivated these patrons by adapting her writing in style and in content to the prevailing tastes of their courts. Also of great interest, however, are the names that appear in the first pages of her earliest 4 poetry volumes. Here we find her male poetic celebratants. Collectively, these men applauded Costa's complementary talents for harmony, sweetness, stirring emotions, and enchantment on the page and the stage. So, for example, one of the poems supplied by Alfonso de Oviedo Spinoza promises, even in its introductory title, to laud Costa for both her poetry and her music. Many of these celebratants, most prominently Alessandro Adimari, who supplied 4 poems across all of these volumes, were members of academies in Rome, Florence, and Venice. Curious too, especially for our event today, is the prevalence of Spanish language verse for her, as well as 1 poem in Portuguese. This group also notably includes several men with ties specifically to performative culture. They're the ones in orange here. The librettists Ottavio Tonsarelli and Fernando Saracinelli. Costa's relationship with these 2 men went beyond their poems of praise. Tonsarelli, for example, features prominently in the earliest biographical episode known about Costa. According to a Roman satirist, Costa was an inspiration for the 1626 opera La Catena da Donne, composed by Domenico Mazzocchi with a libretto by Tonsarelli. The opera, which is an adaptation of Giambattista Marino's epic Adonis, presents a contest between the characters Venus and Falsirena, the false siren, that was initially intended to stage a rivalry between 2 historic rival female singers and their supporters, Margherita Costa and a certain Cecca of the Swamp, who each had the backing of a prominent elite man, the commissioner of the opera, Gian Giorgio Aldobrandini, and a friend. Such performative competitions were common, but this particular one alarmed Aldobrandini's wife enough that she put a stop to it. And when the opera premiered in February, the women had been replaced by castrati. This has led some to suggest the episode put Costa in such scandal that she was forced to escape Rome for Florence. But the inclusion of celebratory poetry by the opera's librettist Tonsarelli in her first volume of poetry published in Florence indicates that this wasn't actually the case. Indeed, the second librettist, Saracinelli, not only organized the musical theatrical events of 1630s Florence in which Costa almost surely performed, but also represented the Grand Duke at the baptism of Costa's child, the Grand Duke's godchild. Costa would later include Saracinelli in her 1640 collection of funeral verse when he died shortly before its publication. Figures connected to the world of Baroque performance also appear within Costa's own pages. A particularly fascinating example is her reprinting of a poem by the Florentine librettist Andrea Salvadori, which he first wrote for a paleo race of dwarves, Caramogi here or Nanni, that he had organized in 1628. In this comedic poem, the dwarfs, the Caramogi, inform pretty boys that they make better lovers for women. So dwarves are better with lovers than pretty boys. In addition to republishing Salvadori's poem, Costa rewrote her own version of the response, which was first published anonymously in 1628, but is probably the work of the academician Adimari, in which the pretty boys respond to the dwarves that women far prefer their loving. Finally, Costa adds her own definitive stamp on the debate with a humorous poem in which the women themselves reject both ugly dwarves and effeminate pretty boys. In short, then, Costa's publications made evident her network, from patrons to celebratants to colleagues, academicians, and librettists alike. We see a particularly clear example of how Costa used her publications to cultivate the favor of her benefactors and highlight her relationships in a trio of works she published in Paris in 1647. During the mid-1640s, a window for Italian opera had opened at the French court of Queen Anne, regent mother of Louis XIV, thanks to the influence of the Italian-born chief minister, Cardinal Mazarin. Together, the Cardinal and the Queen began importing composers, musicians, and scenographers. Notably among the resulting productions was the 1647 Orfeo, the first Italian opera written specifically for a French audience. And here we can see a French printed language synopsis of the opera. Composed by composed by Luigi Rossi, the blockbuster event starred both Costa's sisters, Anna Francesca Costa as Eurydice and Margherita as Juno. And we can see this is the cast list, and there's Margherita. In addition to targeted dedications, Margherita penned several poems in homage to Mazarin and to Queen Anne, and most notably positioned her poetry collection, La Tromba di Parnaso, the Trumpet of Parnassus, as a glittering portrait of the French court. Celebrated in verse are figures ranging from decorated military leaders to ambassadors to the Queen's influential ladies-in-waiting. The effect is that of a paradisical court nourished by the astute political and cultural governance of the regent queen. Among her most notable accomplishments for Costa, in fact, is the Orfeo opera itself, the note on which the volume concludes. Here, 5 poems laud the efforts of the librettist Francesco Butti, the castrato Marcantonio Pasqualini, and the composer Luigi Rossi. Notably missing, I should add, is any praise for Costa's own sister, who is the leading lady. They had quite the rivalry. As we should expect, these concluding poems are dense with musical imagery and particularly the divine Olympian recognition of these men's great talents. Of special interest are 2 poems for the composer Rossi, in which news of the Orfeo reaches Parnassus in the first poem, and the composer's name is trumpeted in the heavens in the second poem, a double allusion to the volume's title, The Trumpet of Parnassus. The Italians responsible for the Orfeo production had long known each other from Rome. This Roman musical scene, and particularly the figure of Rossi, who also helps us to make sense of one of Costa's earlier publications, La Selva di Cipressi, the Cypress Forest. This 1640 collection of funeral verse, published in Florence, is at first glance an oddity in Costa's corpus for a few reasons. First, its sad subject matter differs greatly from her Florentine collections, which are notable for their burlesque, irreverent tone and topics, such as that debate between dwarves, women, and pretty boys about loving. Second, some of the figures included, members of the Medici and the Della Rovere family, make sense within Costa's literary cultivation of her patrons, as does the inclusion of the recently deceased librettist Fernando Saracedelli, about whom we were just speaking. But the appearance, for example, of foreign military leaders is at first glance hard to explain. However, the volume reflects what Lorenzo Bianconi has identified as a mid-century vogue, in his words, for political lament in music. Bianconi cites examples primarily from Roman circles, so Luigi Rossi, as well as Giacomo Carissimi, Loretto Vittori, although other examples could include Venice's Barbara Strozzi. These laments concerned current political and military events and adapted the long-standing Italian tradition of lamenti storici that featured a female personified voice. A number of such laments memorialized figures connected to wars, specifically in northern Italy, as well as the 30 Years' War. Notable examples are Rossi's Ravolse il volo for Carlo Emanuele of Turin, and Ferma Ferma quel volo, attributed to Carlo del Violino, on the death of Albrecht von Wallenstein, the generalissimo of the Imperial Army. So we look at Costa's Tavola here. Her volume in turn honors Carlo Emanuele's son and the General Wallenstein himself. So she's replicating the choices made by the musical political laments. In other words, La Selva di Cipressi positions Costa firmly within the group of poets and composers working in this subgenre. Indeed, we can trace a direct relationship between this tradition of political lament and music, particularly coming out of Rome, and Costa's poetry by looking at one of her poems published the year before, her Lacrime della Regina di Svezia, Tears of the Queen of Sweden. In the time that remains to me, I'd like us to consider this poem's relationship to one of the most notable examples of political lament in music, Luigi Rossi's cantata Un ferito cavaliere, the injured or the wounded cavalier, also entitled Lamento della Regina di Svezia in one of the manuscripts. Rossi's cantata treats the celebrity case of the era's most famed wailing widow, Maria Eleonora of Brandenburg, Queen of Sweden and mother of the even more notable Queen turned Catholic convert, Christina of Sweden. Both Rossi's cantata and Costa's lament dramatize the moment in which the queen learns that her husband, King Gustav II Adolf, has died at the 1632 Battle of Lutzen during the 30 Years' War. Notoriously, the queen did not take the news well. Descending into a mad mourning, she reportedly refused to bury his body for a year and appended his heart onto her bedroom wall, compelling her daughter to also sleep below it. This moment, when she first learns of his death, was thus a particularly inviting and dramatic one for lament. Rossi's cantata is usually dated between 1632 and 1641, and its verse attributed to Fabio del Cornia, an artist and a member of the Roman Academy degli Umanisti. The cantata and Costa's 30-octave poem largely share the same narrative structure. A wounded cavalier rides to inform the queen of Gustav's battlefield death, news that initiates her emotional spiral and vacillations between despair and the desire for revenge. These parallels are more than coincidental. Direct textual echoes demonstrate Costa's reliance on the cantata for her own composition, which she expanded through a depiction of the king's death itself rather than just the delivery of the news. A particularly notable example is found in the case of Rossi's memorable opening recitative. So here I'm going to be reading the translation, but I've given you the Italian original with the verbal echoes put in the darker green. A wounded cavalier, black with dust, sweat, and blood, abandons his panting steed, exhausted. I know not if he falls or bows. He says, falls or bows at the feet of the Swedish queen. He says, "Weep for heaven's wrong, weep, queen, alas, Gustav is dead." This dusty, sweaty, bloody cavalier also bows before Costa's queen, delivers his news, and dies. A wounded cavalier, covered with with both dust and sweat, with a reverent bow and moribund breast, drenched in his own blood, said, "Gustav." And here he paused at the heavy news, his voice halted by adverse fate. "He is dead," he continued, "taken from the world is the champion of arms and the light of warriors. Queen, your lord and leader, has died." With that, he felt the feet of the anguished queen, and eternal sleep closed his eyes. The queen's first agonized words also show this textual relationship. In the Rossi's cantata, with pain shrieks, the queen cried, "Have mercy, give me someone who will kill me." And in Costa, amid tearful shrieks, she loudly said, "Gustav is dead, and who will it be to kill me?" So the echoes go on, just to give you a taste. This textual relationship allows us to make two key observations. First, it establishes 1639, the Costa's publication date, as the terminus antequem for Rossi's cantata, assuming that Costa relied on Della Cornia's verse rather than the other way around, which seems to be the case because she expands upon the narrative. It also gives us clear indication of Costa's connections to a then popular genre of musical composition, the political lament, and to those figures like Rossi responsible for many of its notable examples. A Rossi that Costa already knew from her days in Rome and in whose opera Orfeo she would perform a few years later in Paris. So this, in other words, was a relationship both personal and textual. Let me close with a final observation. I don't need to tell the audience of a conference such as this that one of the great challenges of studying women's musical networks is the difficulties posed by the archives, the tendency to leave performers, and especially women's voices unspoken in documentary records, even at a time when these few musicians' fame was rising and the figure of the prima donna was taking center stage. Because Costa was a professional singer and a prolific writer, however, Her literary corpus gives us a rich and relatively unique view on her network of patrons, celebratants, and colleagues. So too, should I add, can poetry composed by Costa's admirers shed light on her performance itinerary. So I'll give you the examples of the Vicentine poet Paolo Abriani, who praised her in Francesco Cavalli's opera La Rosinga in Venice, and the female Lucchese poet Elisabetta Correggia, who applauded her in a traveling production of Cavalli's Giassone in Tuscany. Poetic compositions, Costa's many own, and those composed in her honor, thus bridge the musical and literary identities of this prolific, itinerant performer of Baroque Europe, and help illustrate the ways in which musical women could forge relationships in early modern Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. What an extraordinary woman. Very interesting to hear about her and her exploits, literary and otherwise. I pride myself usually on being able to make connections, but it's difficult to see how two women such as Queen Isabel of Castile and Margarita de Costa had, well, it's hard to think of two more different women, and yet they both, in their different ways, were important in the promotion of musical activities. We do have some time for questions. I don't know if there's anybody in the hall who would like to ask either Jessica or Alicia a question. Maybe Ascensión, you could moderate the hall for us. Or Juan. Hola, Juan.
Hola, Tess. Yo tengo una cuestión, bueno, más que una cuestión, un comentario para Alicia, ¿no? Aunque efectivamente los reyes católicos fueron determinantes en el establecimiento de la imprenta, ¿no? De estos impresores alemanes que has citado, yo creo que fue realmente Fray Hernando de Talavera el que en 1504 es el que llama a Juan Varela de Salamanca, y el año que muere Isabel, y yo creo que desde mi punto de vista, las impresiones granadinas de Varela de Salamanca entre 1504 y 1508, especialmente el antifonario de 1508, son más un impulso de la figura de Talavera que de la reina, que había fallecido hacía 4 años, ¿no?
Contesto, pues muchísimas gracias por tu comentario, pregunta, Juan. La verdad es que desde mi punto de vista estas ediciones, aunque fueran iniciativa de Fray Hernando de Talavera, que lo he comentado en la comunicación, creo que no hubieran sido posibles sin ese papel de mecenazgo de la corona que hay detrás de esas ediciones, y que por lo menos he intentado el señalarlo en la comunicación, puesto que Fray Hernando de Talavera tampoco tenía, o por lo menos no se ha encontrado ese potencial económico como para financiar lo que es una actividad de impresión musical, que es mucho gasto, son muchos materiales un poco exóticos de lo que se estaba realizando en la península. Entonces yo por eso había remarcado el papel de Isabel como de ese mecenazgo, que luego esos resultados de mecenazgo se van a ver posteriormente después de su fallecimiento, desgraciadamente.
No sé, yo creo que realmente lo que se imprime, lo que Varela de Salamanca imprime, los textos están directamente relacionados con el adoctrinamiento, los primeros textos, y luego el último es el antifonario de 1508, y creo que él tenía la posición como arzobispo de Granada como suficiente como para impulsar. No sé, Isabel había muerto en 1504, 4 años después. Yo creo que su figura podía estar en el imaginario, pero desde luego de forma efectiva, ¿no? Por decirlo de alguna manera, yo creo que estas impresiones granadinas tienen más que ver directamente con la figura de Fray Hernando, en mi opinión. Es más un comentario, nada más. Gracias.
Gracias.
¿Hay más preguntas? Yo quería también preguntarle a Alicia sobre el graduale que se imprimió entre 1506 y 7. ¿Nos puede describir un poco más el contenido de este libro, de qué rito era, el rito romano? Es que sé que no está incompleto, no está completo, ¿verdad? Pero
No está completo.
no, podemos tener una idea de qué ritos ha seleccionado los textos y las melodías.
Pues mira, muchas gracias, Tess, por la pregunta. Lamentablemente, por el tema del COVID, no se me ha permitido casi viajar a la Biblioteca Nacional de Francia. Es una actividad que tengo pendiente de hacer. Únicamente pues me han pasado las imágenes que he podido mostrar en las diapositivas, pero es un trabajo que tengo pendiente, y ver esas conexiones de los ritos y qué es lo que habían impreso para esta nueva diócesis de Granada. Pero estoy en ello.
Muy bien.
Muchas gracias, Tess.
Esperemos que esto del COVID, bueno, que se cambie. Muy bien. ¿Más preguntas o de la sala o
Hi,
virtuales?
Tess. I have a question for Jessica, if that's okay.
Of course.
Perfecto.
I mean, that's a really interesting woman, Margarita Costa, and I was wondering, are there any more images of her other than that portrait? Because I'm very interested in depictions of courtesans and how sometimes their musical skills were sort of obscured in portraits. So I was wondering whether you had anything to say about Costa herself.
Yeah, it's a great question. Two versions of that portrait. One of them has around the portrait itself a couplet by one of her celebrants saying that she's been pictured without her laurel crown that she deserves, but in reality she is one of the 10th muses. And that's for her first publication. By the time she's publishing constantly for 4 years, and then continues over her lifetime. So her next author portrait is the same, but the couplet has been removed, but the laurel is surrounding her portrait now. So it's inserted in a way that's not present, or that's referenced in the first portrait. And then there is another anonymous portrait of her that is significantly less attractive, I would say, but that appears in a multitude of her other works. So there are two portraits of her. There is the image that I had at the beginning of a woman holding a guitar, is for the frontispiece for her comedy, The Buffoons. And I have a half hypothesis that she was the singer, or the played the main character in that work. And so that particular image is an adaptation of a Jacques Collot image, but it might kind of also be a reference to her. But there's the scholar in the UK, Amy Brosius, has an article about portraits of famous.
Nothing. So all of them are in print. Nothing on any other.
There is a draft at the Gabinetto in Florence, connected to the Uffizi. There's a draft of the same portrait I showed. But to my knowledge, no other images of her specifically. There is a kind of famed portrait of her sister, a kind of seductive portrait made for Cardinal Giovan Carlo, but that's it for images of the family.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? ¿Más preguntas?
Hi. Oh, thank you so much for your papers. I think that I have a question for Jessica. I believe that Costa's strategies for network building are quite impressive. And I was wondering if you know further cases of female singers in Baroque Italy who establish relationships with composers or writers or patrons in the same degree as Costa did?
Yes, there are other women performers who are creating these relationships. So a prominent example would be Barbara Strozzi in Venice. There are a couple of other women in Rome. What's unique about Costa, though, is so those women are, especially in this period, the 1620s, 30s, 40s, recipients of collections of poetry in their honor, written by men in academies. I don't know of another case of a woman who is herself both a singer and publishing so prolifically, or at all for that matter. So the women that we see in this moment tend to be themselves the objects of poetry rather than generators of poetry. The closest parallel I can think of in the Italian context is not a singer, but an actress. The actress Isabella Andreini, who is like Costa, a professional performer traveling around Italy, also Paris. They have a lot of the same patronage families, and Costa imitates her in a number of her poems. And Isabella Andreini also published a pastoral work, a collection of poetry, letters, and the like. So there are other women who are obtaining these kind of visibility within the world of print, but not because they themselves are producing that print, which makes her a kind of unique figure. My thesis is that Costa is less famous than some of these peers. There's the mother and daughter, but the Baroni, again, Strozzi, Anna Renzi, the other women of her day attain a slightly higher level of celebrity. And my kind of working hypothesis is that she's using publications because she's not obtaining even the same fame of her sister. Because she's not quite reaching that same fame, she's supplementing in some way her career by using these publications to further embrace her patrons, to kind of create security for herself in a way that they might not have to do because she's famous, they're more famous.
Thank you. ¿Alguna otra pregunta? Any questions? No more questions here, Tess.
Okay, well, thank you very much to both our speakers, Alicia and Jessica. And now it's time for a cup of tea, if you're in Britain, but something stronger in Granada, I'm sure. So we will have a half-hour break and meet back again at 6 o'clock. Thank you very much to everybody.
So thank you so much for attending this session. We have 3 speakers now. Our first speaker is Cristina Fernandez. She's a researcher at the Ethnomusicology Institute and Music and Dance Studies Center at the Universidad de Lisboa. She has participated in several research projects in Portugal and abroad and has published on different topics such as ceremonial and performance practices at the Portuguese Royal Chapels, patronage and diplomacy in the 18th century, cultural transfers between Portugal, Spain, and Italy, women and music in the Iberian courts, and music criticism. The title of her paper today is Mariana Vitoria de Bourbon as Collector of Music, Diplomatic and Family Networks in the Acquisition and Circulation of Librettos and Scores. Thank you so much, Cristina. You may begin whenever you want.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ascensión, and greetings to everyone. Well, I did the abstract of my presentation in English and also PowerPoint in English, but I'm going to try to speak in Spanish, as I have a lot of material in Portuguese, so it's easier to pass from Portuguese to Spanish, which are the 2 Latin languages. But you can follow also some clues in the PowerPoint in English, and after in the discussion I can talk either in English, Portuguese or Spanish. Entonces he decidido, muchas gracias a Ascensión también y también a Tess Knighton por la invitación a participar en este workshop. Debo decir desde el inicio que este es un work in progress, así que al final presentaré una serie de... Es una investigación en curso y presentaré también una parte de los caminos que aún tengo que seguir para esta investigación. Mariana Victoria de Borbón ha quedado en la historia como bueno, infanta de España, princesa de Brasil y después también reina consorte de Portugal. Ha quedado en la historia de una forma muy discreta, incluso una de las pocas biografías que existen escritas en portugués le llaman la reina discreta. Pero lo que siempre se dice en muchos de estos escritos a lo largo de los siglos es que se habla siempre de su pasión por la música, pero sin desarrollar lo que ha hecho. Su gusto por la práctica musical, por oposición a... con su marido, el rey de Portugal, por oposición al reinado de Juan V, muy voltado a la música sacra, pero después, al final, como tantas veces sucede con las mujeres, nos quedamos muy por ahí. Entonces, lo que estoy intentando en esta investigación es centrarme en su actividad como coleccionadora de música y de libretos, lo que también no es, hasta ahora no era tan evidente, porque al contrario de, por ejemplo, María Bárbara de Braganza, que es muy claro que tenemos los inventarios de la famosa biblioteca, de los estudios, aquí no los tenemos, pero la correspondencia, una serie de fuentes nos han permitido ver su gran importancia en la adquisición de la biblioteca musical, sea personal, sea de la corte, y también para la constitución del patrimonio musical portugués. No sé por qué no consigo pasar el slide adelante. Un momento. Pues a ver, no sé qué pasa, que se ha bloqueado el ordenador. Ok, perdón, aquí. Bueno, solo muy brevemente, creo que es conocido, es bastante conocido, pero Mariana Victoria, muy niña, la hija, ¿no?, de Felipe V y Isabel de Farnesio, así que de una corte muy melómana, ha sido prometida a Luis XV de Francia a los 7 años, incluso ha vivido en París, en Versalles, pero por su muy temprana edad se ha cancelado esta boda, lo que ha causado un gran conflicto diplomático y también, bueno, era un poco una, ¿cómo decir?, una vergüenza para la corte española, pero muy rápidamente se ha concertado este doble matrimonio entre Portugal y España. Entonces es bastante conocida esta historia de la llamada troca de las princesas, pero así que Mariana Victoria se ha casado con Don José y la infanta portuguesa María Bárbara, más conocida, con el futuro Fernando VI. Entonces, su recorrido en Portugal, donde llega en 1729, el mismo año en que María Bárbara se va a España, y también Scarlatti, durante muchos años, hasta 1750, es la princesa de Brasil. Después, con la muerte de Juan V, reina consorte, y como vive bastantes años, también será la reina madre. Entonces, en todas estas etapas es siempre muy activa en la práctica musical como clavecinista, como cantante en la corte y siempre, como espero poder comprobar, muy activa en la adquisición e importación de repertorios para la corte portuguesa, sobre todo para la ópera. Bueno, aquí son muy conocidos estos retratos. No voy a desarrollar este tema que es bastante conocido. Y como de las fiestas reales, y esas para los dos matrimonios, para poder centrarme entonces en las redes, las redes musicales para su colección musical. Antes de eso, solo algunos apuntes sobre también su vida en la corte portuguesa. Son bastante conocidas sus cartas a su madre, Isabel de Farnesio, donde muchas veces habla de música y donde demuestra también sus conocimientos musicales. No he puesto aquí uno de esos ejemplos, donde comenta, por ejemplo, las características vocales y técnicas de los cantantes, incluso su tesitura vocal, sus preferencias musicales. Por ejemplo, en el 1737, cuando sabe que Farinelli ha llegado a la corte de Lisboa, de Madrid, queda muy interesada. Y también después, más adelante, con la construcción en Lisboa de la ópera do Tejo, nos da informaciones muy detalladas y también de sus gustos sobre cantantes importantes como Caffarelli o Anton Raff, que después se van a España después del terremoto. En la corte sigue las prácticas habituales, que es la música de cámara en sus apartamentos. Incluso tenemos aquí que dice que canta las cantatas de Astorga acompañada por la reina, Mariana de Austria en este caso, o cuando está embarazada y lo está pasando mal, y su divertimiento es la música en sus apartamentos. Bueno, esto no es distinto de lo que pasa en otras cortes. Muy importante después para las redes musicales, además de la familia y de los diplomáticos, son sus profesores de música. El primero en España, claro que cuando era niña, Filippo Falconi, pero en Portugal tenemos a Don Lucas Jovine, que fue un cantante contratado por Juan V en el 1725, así que estaba ya en la corte portuguesa cuando Mariana Vitória ha llegado. Pero aunque este nombre es muy poco conocido fuera de la historiografía musical portuguesa, será muy importante por el puesto que tendrá en la corte, además de cantante a lo largo de los años, sea como maestro de la princesa y después de la reina, pero también por el puesto de inspector de los músicos de la Casa Real Portuguesa. Entonces, entre estas funciones del inspector, como veremos más adelante, estaba precisamente el contacto con otras cortes europeas, con los diplomáticos para la contratación de músicos y para la adquisición de partituras. Y así que era una especie de superintendente musical de la corte portuguesa. Más conocido es David Pérez, que después llega a Portugal, a Lisboa en 1752 y que hará también muchas obras que son dedicadas a Mariana Vitória. Solo así algunos ejemplos muy rápidamente, que aún antes de su llegada a Lisboa, después de haber concretado el contrato de las bodas, ya se interpretan en la corte algunas obras dedicadas a Mariana Vitória, sobre todo en su cumpleaños, como las prácticas habituales, y también el día del nombre. Así que tenemos este drama pastoral escrito con música que se ha perdido desafortunadamente de Francisco Antonio de Almeida, pero a lo largo de todas las etapas de su vida encontramos, después más adelante concretaré, una serie de óperas, serenatas y también oratorios dedicados a la reina, sobre todo para estos días llave del cotidiano de la corte y de los eventos dinásticos. Entonces, cuando subió al trono José I y después de un reinado, los últimos 10 años del reinado de Juan V, como él estaba muy enfermo, había muchas restricciones a los espectáculos teatrales, entonces se construye la mítica ópera del Tejo o del Tajo, y que es inaugurada precisamente el día del aniversario de Mariana Victoria con Alessandro Nell'India de David Pérez. Y después, bueno, paso muy rápidamente para llegar después a la cuestión de las redes. Otro ejemplo entre muchos de otras obras ya en otra época que le son dedicadas también por compositores portugueses, como esta de Luciano Xavier dos Santos, que es un oratorio del 1763, también para su cumpleaños que cabía en la cuaresma y entonces no se podía representar una ópera. Entonces, ahora ido más al fulcro de la presentación, que es lo que he dicho hasta ahora, como decía antes, son las prácticas habituales de la corte, y aunque las mujeres como la propia reina y después, como veremos con sus hijas, tienen un papel fundamental, pero lo que he dicho hasta ahora no es muy distinto de lo que también pasaría con un príncipe varón. Con relación a la biblioteca musical de Mariana Victoria, era algo que estaba así un poco olvidado, con la excepción de algunas referencias en esta correspondencia y en algunas partituras. Dos artículos principalmente han llamado la atención para esta actividad y para las fuentes, este de Beatriz Montes, con algunas referencias a fuentes en el Archivio General de Simancas, y sobre todo el de Paulo Giovanni Maione, que aunque es un artículo más general sobre las relaciones entre Nápoles y Lisboa, nos hace un levantamiento de correspondencia diplomática donde Mariana Victoria y sus relaciones son casi omnipresentes, pero aún hay mucho más para explorar. Entonces he puesto aquí así una serie de archivos y de fuentes, tanto en Portugal como en España, pero también en Italia, que nos ayudan a completar este cuadro y este puzzle, y por eso es también un trabajo en curso. Por tanto, su cruzamiento nos permitirá establecer una red más completa y, sobre todo, que ese es uno de los objetivos finales de la investigación, de detectar, sobre todo en la colección de la Biblioteca de Ayuda en Lisboa, que, como muchos de vosotros sabréis, tiene una de las mayores colecciones de obras dramáticas del siglo XVIII, de música italiana, de lo que pertenecía a la colección de la reina. Y sí que hay ya muchas equivalencias de la reina y de la princesa. Entonces, distingo aquí las redes familiares y también después las redes diplomáticas y nobiliarias para la adquisición de estas obras. Esto, bueno, son las figuras más importantes, sobre todo su hermano Carlos de Borbón, pero no son las únicas. La red es bastante más compleja y más intrincada. De la correspondencia con su madre sabemos mucho del intercambio de libretos y partituras. Con Bárbara de Braganza no es tan claro, pero sí que las fuentes, como voy a demostrar después, se pueden encontrar fuentes portuguesas en su colección, ahora que están en Venecia. Y sobre todo lo que nos dice la correspondencia y otras fuentes es que la mayor parte de las obras, tanto en la época de princesa de Brasil como de reina, se hace a través de Nápoles y a través de su hermano Carlos y de una red de personajes bastante extensa. No están aquí todos, esto es, como decía, un trabajo en curso, y donde, bueno, están sobre todo hombres, pero una figura muy importante es su dama de la corte que ya la había acompañado desde niña a Francia y después a Portugal, Luisa, esto está mal escrito, es Luisa de Velandia Sicardo, y que muchas de la correspondencia es como casi una secretaria que pide las partituras, y ahí sí tenemos esta relación con las mujeres, está firmada por ella. Entonces, encontramos aquí muchos ejemplos de que, bueno, no es posible desarrollar cada uno, pero donde en cartas donde son mencionadas obras concretas, sobre todo óperas hechas en Nápoles, ¿no? En la corte, pero también en el Teatro San Carlo y también otros teatros de Italia. En esta correspondencia se piden mucho las obras también hechas, óperas en Roma, en Venecia, por ejemplo. Bueno, antes de mostrar algunos ejemplos concretos de esas piezas del puzzle, llamo la atención para algunos de los desafíos, de los retos que coloca esta investigación y este material, que es muy, muy extenso y que también, como en otras comunicaciones, ya se ha apuntado esta dificultad. Es como reconstruir un puzzle. Una vez que no hay inventarios, bueno, pues los puede haber, pero aún no han sido localizados. No debemos olvidar que hemos tenido el terremoto de 1755 y muchas cosas se han perdido. Entonces, en el caso de algunas obras es muy claro que fueran adquiridas por iniciativa de la reina, pero no siempre es claro hasta qué punto eran para su colección particular o para la corte en general. Y será que esta distinción hace sentido. Después, algo que también es importante subrayar y que en el final volveré a hablar, es que estas redes de mujeres también dentro de la propia familia se continuarán en la generación siguiente con su hija, que será la reina María I, pero también con sus hermanas, las infantas de Portugal. Entonces, solo algunos ejemplos de estas cartas. Esta es una de las que fue publicada por Maione, donde es muy claro de la importación del esio de Jaumelli, también de cuántos son los gastos que se han tenido, y donde es muy claro que también estas redes tenían diversos sentidos, así que son copias que se envían a España, pero también a la reina viuda, a Isabel de Farnesio, pero también a la princesa de Brasil, o sea, Mariana Vitória a Portugal. Otras fuentes en la biblioteca de ayuda son algunas notas del personal diplomático, donde tenemos aquí, por ejemplo, las listas de varios títulos de los años 33-34 de obras enviadas desde Roma, y que abrangen diversos teatros. Aquí se puede leer mejor. Entonces, aquí también es verdad que no es claro si ha sido Mariana Vitória o Mariana de Austria, pero después en los años siguientes sí que es más claro. Pero bien que son los principales títulos que estaban en boga en los teatros italianos, nomeadamente en Roma. Otro ejemplo de fuente, ahora ya más avanzada en el tiempo, donde nos aparece el maestro de música que he comentado antes, Luca Giovine, y que estas son también fuentes son los libros de cuentas, de contabilidad, y que tienen que ver con las importaciones de Italia, también de otros materiales o del chocolate, pero donde existen listas bastante exhaustivas de partituras, de libretos. Bueno, aquí es difícil de leer, pero tenemos estas referencias a algunos títulos del repertorio, no solo ahora también de Nápoles y Roma, pero también de Torino. Entonces, ¿cómo percibir en el medio de toda esta información hasta qué punto algunos de los intercambios y también hasta qué punto algunas de las obras en concreto que hoy se están en la Biblioteca de Ayuda y otros archivos portugueses? Además de los títulos y de la propia vida musical con otras informaciones, tenemos otras pistas como las encuadernaciones. Entonces voy a dar solo 3 ejemplos de estos intercambios. Estos títulos que he elegido para poner aquí en los diapositivos son títulos que están mencionados en la correspondencia. Por ejemplo, este del Aquilín Ciro de Ace, donde tenemos esta encuadernación muy trabajada que ha sido enviada a Lisboa en los primeros años a mediados del siglo. Y otro ejemplo que es también mencionado en la Lisipile de Richelli, con este tipo de encuadernación típica de la Biblioteca Real, o esta de Venecia de Piccini, L'incognita perseguitata. Bueno, estos son ejemplos de las partituras enviadas a partir de la red napolitana Carlo de Borbone y de sus otros elementos. Como un ejemplo de los intercambios con María Bárbara, aquí no he encontrado correspondencia explícita entre entre Mariana Vittoria y María Bárbara. Tiene que ver con otros elementos de la corte, pero podemos saber, por ejemplo, de la descripción de Farinelli, que también muchas obras eran enviadas a Lisboa. Aquí se pide para hacer una copia para la reina María Bárbara y copias para enviar a Portugal. Entonces, por ejemplo, pegando solo en un compositor, que hay más, como bastante conocido, como Nicola Conforto, en la Biblioteca de Ayuda tenemos todos estos títulos que fueron ejecutados también en Madrid. Y esto, bueno, es un ejemplo de una de ellas. Y de las encuadernaciones que están en la Biblioteca de Ayuda. Aquí son las obras enviadas desde España a Portugal. Pero volviendo a David Pérez, y aquí a una de las óperas dedicadas precisamente a Mariana Vittoria, y volvemos a otro modelo de las encuadernaciones, está en la Biblioteca de Ayuda, y ha sido representada en los teatros de corte en 54, en el aniversario de la reina, y también María Bárbara tenía en su biblioteca un ejemplar muy parecido y que se ha ido después, no voy a contar aquí el percurso de la biblioteca, pero después en la herencia de Farinelli y junto con las sonatas de Scarlatti a Venecia. Entonces pueden ver fácilmente l'Hipermestra, la misma obra, el mismo tipo de encuadernación, así que este intercambio Lisboa-Madrid y después Venecia. Otro ejemplo también de las obras dedicadas a Mariana Vittoria y que pertenecía a la biblioteca de Bárbara de Braganza y que está ahora en Venecia. Otro después, un poco más adelante, aquí tenemos el caso de las obras portuguesas. Ya este ejemplo es de la fase final de la vida de Mariana Vittoria, ya como reina madre, y es un oratorio hecho entonces para ya en el primer año del reinado de su hija. Entonces vemos que han hecho también 2 copias, unas para enviar a España, otra para quedarse en la biblioteca real. Bueno, estos son algunos ejemplos muy sueltos, pero claro que tendrá que haber después un mapeamiento más fino y también un tratamiento estadístico y un mapeamiento que aún no he tenido tiempo de hacer. Para terminar, lo que decía antes, de cómo estas redes después también tienen continuidad en el futuro. Estas son los retratos, estos tres de las hijas de Mariana Victoria y José I, y todas, como era habitual en las cortes, han estudiado música. Incluso una de ellas, Mariana Francisca Josefa, es retratada también con una partitura y con el teclado aquí tal vez ya de un clave o ya de un pianoforte, pero sí de un clave, por Vieira Lusitano, un pintor bastante importante. Y tenemos muchas referencias, solo he puesto aquí una de su actividad en la corte, esta que nos habla de una velada en el Palacio de Queluz, donde ellas cantan, las 4 hermanas, diversas arias, y también ahora la principesa de Brasil es la futura reina María I. Y entonces, para decir que, por ejemplo, María Francisca Benedita y después la propia reina María I continúan a hacer esta importación de repertorio, ahora también a veces con otros personajes. Un otro tema de investigación o una cuestión de investigación para desarrollar en el futuro es hasta qué punto puede haber una diferencia entre en el fondo en el desempeño, bueno, la acción musical de una reina consorte y de una reina reinante, que es el caso de María I. Si esto es igual o no, hasta qué punto hay también un trabajo de agencia en estas funciones y hasta qué punto esta condición de las mujeres también dentro de la corte está vinculada a una práctica de adquisición de repertorios que hace parte también de su imagen, o no, esto en la corte portuguesa. Con respecto a Mariana Victoria, lo que gustaría de subrayar una vez más es que en la historiografía musical portuguesa se habla siempre de su marido, don José, como el gran impulsionador de la ópera en Portugal, aunque se habla del gusto de la reina por la música, pero no era hasta poco tiempo tan evidente el papel determinante de la reina. Al final no vemos el rey pidiendo partituras o libretos en esta correspondencia. Lo que vemos es la reina y parece que así, bueno, sin hacer cuentas, que la mayor parte, mucho más del 50% de la adquisición de este patrimonio ha sido hecho por Mariana Victoria y no tanto por el rey. Y me quedo por aquí. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Cristina, for this wonderful paper and plenty of details. If it is fine with you, we can have the discussion at the end of the session after the 3 papers. Okay.
Perfect.
So thank you, Maria. Maria Cáceres Piñuel is a researcher at the University of Bern. Her PhD dissertation was published in 2018 under the title El hombre del rincón, José Subirá y la historia cultural e intelectual de la musicología en España. She obtained visiting fellowships at the University of Cambridge, the University of Vienna, and at the Madrid Institute for Advanced Study. She's the co-founder of the International Musicological Society Study Group, Gender and Musical Patronage. And the title of her paper today is Women and Networks of Musical Patronage within the Framework of International Exhibitions at the Turn of the 20th Century, Disruptions and Long-Durée Processes. Maria, thank you so much, and you may begin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. My apologies for the technical problems I had. And also thank you to Cristina Fernandez for her flexibility to change the turn. Okay, I can't start before to say big thank you to all the organizers, especially to Ascensión Mazuela, for the invitation to participate in this inspiring workshop. I would love to be in Granada with all of you, but okay, even from Zoom and even with these problems, I'm really delighted to follow the meeting and also to learn more about the role of women in the configuration of music networks from the early modern period onwards. As you can imply from the title of my presentation, I'm not a specialist in early modern music. I will focus on the second sentence of our workshop. So I will deal with the dialogues between past and present. As following the pattern of Cristina Fernandez, I prepare a PowerPoint presentation in English, but I will switch to Spanish. I will be delighted anyway to answer the question and also answer questions and just continue with the debate in English or as you prefer. So, en mi presentación, al principio de todo, hablaré del impacto de las exposiciones internacionales y el papel que desarrollaron las mujeres en estos eventos, para después hablar las especificidades que tiene el mecenazgo musical en los siglos XIX y XX, en un periodo en el que los estudios sobre el mecenazgo musical no están tan asentados como en periodos anteriores de la música antigua, a los que incluso hasta de la época barroca, en la que acabamos de disertar en las sesiones anteriores. Más adelante presentaré mi caso de estudio, que es la importancia que tuvieron tres mujeres que fueron una especie de nudo o interlocks en una red social de mujeres de élite que estuvieron al cargo de exposiciones universales, especialmente entre el año 1892 y 1893, en que se celebraron 3 exposiciones simultáneas en Viena, en Madrid y en Chicago, de las que hablaré más adelante y especificaré las razones por las que se sobrepusieron estas 3 exhibiciones y el papel que tuvieron estas 3 mujeres precisamente como mediadoras y como intermediarias en esta enorme red social de élite femenina que se creó en este final del siglo XIX. Por último, el objetivo es reflexionar sobre qué aspectos, qué procesos son propios de esta longue durée, es decir, elementos que se han hablado a lo largo de todas las sesiones de hoy, esta mañana y esta tarde, es decir, algunos elementos que se comparten en el siglo XIX y el siglo XX sobre el mecenazgo de mujeres, especialmente sobre el establecimiento de redes sociales y qué elementos son disruptivos o cambian en ese cambio de siglo del XIX al XX. Bueno, pues no voy a hablar en especial sobre las exposiciones universales, pero sí quería hacer mención que se trata de un fenómeno que se inicia en 1851, cuando se organiza la primera exhibición de la primera gran exposición en Hyde Park, en Londres. Aquí tenemos una imagen en la que se muestra cómo era la visión de esta grandísima exposición que se tuvo lugar en el Crystal Palace. Desde entonces hasta hoy sigue siendo un fenómeno de larga duración y ha habido desde los últimos 20 años un boom en el estudio de cómo este fenómeno de las exposiciones ha impactado en la cultura material y el concepto de modernidad. Sin embargo, no ha habido tantas investigaciones sobre el impacto de estas exposiciones en música. Quiero señalar como uno de los pioneros obras que estudió una obra concreta, o sea, una exposición concreta, que fue la Exposición Universelle de París de 1889, la obra de Anna Graf-Fauser. Y bueno, sí señalar que sí que ha habido una importancia, sí que ha habido algunas investigaciones sobre el impacto que tuvo estas exposiciones universales, que forman parte son una consecuencia de la segunda revolución industrial, es decir, la revolución de la electricidad. Y sí se ha hecho mucha hincapié en cómo, por ejemplo, la electricidad impactó en la música teatral de la época, es decir, como la luz artificial impactó, por ejemplo, en el teatro de ópera, también en la construcción de instrumentos, como la fabricación en serie ha impactado en ese tipo de construcción de instrumentos. También se ha estudiado cómo este tipo de exposiciones, este fenómeno de las exposiciones, tuvo en el nacimiento de la etnomusicología o de la musicología comparada, en el sentido de que fueron en estos escenarios donde por primera vez se encontraron músicas de diferentes partes del mundo. Y como también esto tuvo una resonancia pues, en la composición de la época. Por ejemplo, es muy conocido los estudios sobre el impacto del gamelán en la música de Debussy, por ejemplo. Algo que tienen en común estas exposiciones es que muchas veces tenían una temática concreta. En el caso que nos ocupa, pues, por ejemplo, la de Viena se ocupó de la música y el teatro, o en el caso de la de Madrid y de Chicago, por ejemplo, una conmemoración histórica, en este caso el centenario del descubrimiento de América, ¿no? Es decir, muchas veces tienen un objetivo de conmemoración de la historia y, por otra parte, también tienen diferentes escalas. Muchas veces existen las exhibiciones internacionales, las World Exhibitions o las exhibiciones globales o mundiales. Hay también territoriales, hay también, regionales, nacionales, es decir, hay diferentes escalas. Y algo que es característico de este fenómeno es también que viven dos tensiones, ¿no? Por una parte, estas exhibiciones se hicieron como parte indispensable de esa segunda revolución industrial, es decir, la necesidad de abrir los mercados. Por tanto, había un carácter internacional porque había un exceso de producción, por tanto, había que abrir nuevos mercados, por tanto, hay una apelación a ese mundo internacional de los negocios y de intentar vender los productos industriales. Y por otra parte hay también una tensión chauvinista, ¿no? También de celebración nacional. Y eso también se ha visto en las investigaciones sobre exposiciones universales y música, como este tipo de exhibiciones también impulsaron algunas de las obras monumentales, los monumentos de las músicas nacionales o imperiales, es decir, también como este tipo de eventos pues, sirvieron también para configurar esa construcción nacional de música. En los últimos 5 años ha habido también una implosión, una importantísima desarrollo de investigaciones que se ocupan del papel que tuvieron las mujeres en este fenómeno de las exposiciones. Antiguamente o de manera tradicional se han estudiado estas exposiciones un poco up to bottom, es decir, de arriba abajo, como si fuesen simplemente exposiciones organizadas desde un punto de vista estatal o imperial, que es el que paga y que de alguna manera son estas grandes comisiones políticas las que generan estos eventos. Sin embargo, últimamente cada vez se está poniendo más el foco en cómo agentes no oficiales o como elementos como empresarios, como gente con iniciativa propia, formaron parte de este tipo de exhibiciones y cómo era necesario la búsqueda de financiación extraestatal para poder llevarlas a cabo, porque eran macroeventos en los que no podía haber solamente financiación estatal o imperial. Y en ese sentido cada vez ha habido más investigaciones. Vemos aquí el libro Gender in the Fair o Women in International and Universal Exhibitions, en las que se ha estudiado cómo las mujeres que habían estado muy entrenadas en la búsqueda de financiación a través de actividades culturales, especialmente música y eventos de beneficencia y de caridad para financiar obras. Y se ha estudiado últimamente mucho cómo precisamente a través de la organización de conciertos, a través de la música, se pudieron financiar muchas de estas exposiciones. Y bueno, por último también ha habido una grandísima boom en la investigación de cómo este tipo de exposiciones, especialmente este final del 19, principio del 20, facilitaron el asociacionismo nacional, pero también el establecimiento de redes internacionales para que pusieron en relevancia la conciencia de las mujeres como agentes excluidos o marginados por razones de género, de cuestiones relacionadas tanto con la propiedad privada, es decir, como no podían tener propiedad, como tampoco derechos asociados a la ciudadanía, como es el derecho a voto. Es decir, cada vez hay más investigaciones en las que se ha estudiado cómo las redes que se establecieron para la organización de estos eventos pusieron en contacto mujeres de diferentes países y ayudó a la toma de contacto al movimiento sufragista precisamente entre el 19 y el 20. Bien, ahora voy a pasar a la segunda parte de mi presentación, en la que quiero hacer una brevísima reflexión sobre la historiografía del mecenazgo musical en el 19 y en el 20. Para mi presentación ha sido muy importante la publicación de Ansel Gerard, El mito del secolo borghese, problemi di storiografia dell'Ottocento musicale, en el que pone él se ocupa de señalar cómo la historiografía del 19 todavía sigue estando muy lastrada por el concepto de genio. Es decir, que se ocupa de los compositores como si no tuviesen servidumbres aristocráticas, como se ha hecho siempre se ha reforzado mucho la idea del compositor independiente que crea independientemente de su sustento económico, tanto por la alta burguesía como por la aristocracia. Por otra parte, ha habido una obsesión en la historiografía por el marco geográfico del Estado-Nación, cuando vemos que en el 19 y principio del 20 todavía muchos del mundo occidental está dividido precisamente en imperios y donde también historiográficamente se ha muchas veces obviado las relaciones internacionales y en especial la propia naturaleza transnacional de las élites, como las élites siempre han sido cosmopolitas y esa relación internacional. Y la importancia, por otra parte, dentro del mecenazgo, como señala Gerard, de los parvenus, de la nueva burguesía, que son los que ahora tienen el poder económico y que hacen comportamientos muy parecidos a los que había tenido la aristocracia hasta entonces. De alguna manera, lo que señala a lo largo de este artículo es que se ha obviado en la historiografía el componente internacional del mecenazgo musical y, por otra parte, la importancia de señalar que para muchos historiadores de la música del 19 y el 20 todavía cuando hablamos de mecenazgo consideran que es un anacronismo, porque consideran que el mecenazgo pertenece al antiguo régimen, pero que ya entrado el 19 y el 20 con las industrias culturales ya no se podría hablar de mecenazgo como tal. Ahora ya sin más dilación voy a hablar de mi caso de estudio. Actualmente estoy escribiendo una monografía sobre la red social femenina que hubo con ocasión de 3 exposiciones que se generaron, como he señalado antes, en la misma época, entre 1892 y 1893. La primera, ya he hablado antes brevemente, se trata de la Exposición Internacional de Música y Teatro de Viena, que se organizó como de alguna manera como respuesta a la celebración republicana de la Exposición de París de 1889. Y la promotora fue la princesa Pauline von Metternich, quien insinuó al emperador de Austria-Hungría que era el momento de hacer una exhibición semejante a la que había habido en París, para celebrar. En ese momento era como la nomástica de Mozart, que en 1891, sin embargo, como los preparativos fueron muy tardíos, al final se celebró en 1892. Y tanto la exposición de Madrid como la de Chicago se hizo para celebrar el centenario, ¿no? El centenario del descubrimiento de América, por supuesto con diferentes agendas políticas. ¿Qué tienen en común estas tres mujeres? Pues bueno, las 3 fueron saloniers, las 3 tuvieron sus propios salones en sus lugares de origen y las 3 también eran músicas amateur. Esto ya antes se ha hablado, ¿no? La diferencia entre amateur y profesional por cuestiones de estatus. Ellas no podían ser profesionales, eran amateur, pero sí por fuentes secundarias sabemos que la princesa de Metternich era cantante, danzaba, era también, sabía recitar y tocaba muy bien el piano y bueno, hay muchas fuentes secundarias que nos indican cómo amenizaba muchísimas veladas en su propio salón y también en los salones de la corte francesa, tocando a 4 manos con su marido y a su vez tío, que era un diplomático austriaco en la corte de Napoleón III en París. También la infanta Isabel de Borbón y Borbón, ha habido publicaciones muy recientes sobre su labor como mecenas, como coleccionista de música, pero también como música ella misma, ¿no? Ella había recibido formación como de arpa, de canto, pero sobre todo de piano, y era una pianista bastante solvente. Y lo mismo nos encontramos con el caso de Bertha Honoré Palmer. Sin más dilación voy a hablar brevemente de quién era Isabel de Borbón y Borbón. Era la hija primogénita de la reina Isabel II. Por tanto, fue educada para convertirse en reina. Fue princesa de Asturias en 2 ocasiones, una de ellas antes de que su hermano Alfonso XII naciese. La casaron en 1868 con Cayetano de Borbón dos Sicilias, conde de Chiquenti y hijo de Fernando II, rey de las 2 Sicilias, derrotado con la unificación italiana. Y es muy interesante porque cuando salió del viaje de bodas ya no pudo volver a España porque justamente se desencadenó el sexenio democrático que acabó con el derrocamiento de su madre y con la familia real en el exilio, ella primero en París, en Viena y en Múnich, hasta pues lo que se llama la restauración borbónica, cuando se coronó a su hermano Alfonso XII, rey de España. Bueno, como nos ha hablado anteriormente Cristina Fernández, había una tradición, la música de formación y de mecenazgo en la corte española, borbónica. Había por una parte la tradición pues, de dar regalos puntuales a músicos. Es muy interesante esta fuente porque es de las memorias de la hija de Jesús Monasterio, el violinista, en el que habla pues, bueno, como la reina en su momento le regaló una batuta de ébano con los cabos de oro repujado. También es muy interesante, y hay veces que es obviado por la historiografía, que muchos músicos contemporáneos tuvieron becas, estuvieron contratados con un salario fijo o incluso se les dieron becas de estudio o de viaje para completar sus estudios, y esto forma parte de la tradición de la corte española. Y muchos de los considerados músicos contemporáneos pudieron viajar a París o formarse o pasar o componer partes de sus obras gracias a este mecenazgo que por otra parte se heredaba. Es decir, en su momento Isabel II dio estas becas y su hija Isabel II, Isabel de Borbón y Borbón, dentro de su dinero de bolsillo, mantuvo parte de los músicos que también había mantenido su madre. También otra de las cuestiones de longue durée es bueno, pues, la tradición pues, de costear los gastos de edición musical, ¿no? Y bueno, la cultura de la dedicación, de las dedicatorias, ¿no? Esto no es nuevo y forma parte de estos elementos de longue durée. Y también pues, el apoyo a el mentorazgo de mecenazgo colectivo. Es significativo de esta imagen, que es de la Sociedad de Conciertos de Madrid, que es una de las primeras sociedades que programó música instrumental de cámara de órbita germano parlante. Vemos una imagen de todos los compositores, de todos los músicos, y en mitad vemos a Isabel de Borbón y Borbón, que fue una de las impulsoras de este tipo de asociacionismo, que es más propio de la sociedad burguesa, pero que sin embargo seguía teniendo apoyo de la monarquía. Bueno, aquí hay más elementos que hablan de esta labor de Isabel de Borbón y Borbón, y cómo de alguna manera los salones tienen una relación con las posteriores exposiciones universales. Antes ya he presentado quién era la princesa Pauline von Metternich, pero quiero señalar que precisamente bueno, pues ella fue salonier en los diferentes lugares donde su marido fue enviado como diplomático de Austria-Hungría. Primero estuvo en Dresden, luego estuvo en París y luego pues, en Viena. Y de alguna manera fue una sociality o influencer avant la lettre de la época que introdujo, entre otras muchas cosas, la moda, la alta costura en la corte, y fue una reconocida mecenas de muchos compositores como Wagner, Liszt, Gounod, y artistas como Mérimée y músicos como Smetana. Es es conocido, y es prácticamente por lo que es más conocida Metternich, por la importancia que tuvo su labor de mediación para la puesta en escena para el estreno del Tannhäuser en París. En este sentido, bueno, pues el propio Wagner, María Ulrichova hizo una edición facsímil de la correspondencia entre Wagner y Metternich, en la que, bueno, pues habla con la princesa, pues, por ejemplo, cómo van los ensayos, con la compañía residente de ópera, en la que habla también, les da las gracias por su intermediación para presentarle a Alfred Beaumont dentro de su salón, porque él quería representar el Tannhäuser en la ópera comique, y también, pues bueno, pues la que le da las gracias porque le ha hecho cartas de recomendación para que estrenase Lohengrin en Viena. De alguna manera, la propia Metternich incluso hizo labores de lo que hoy podríamos llamar crowdfunding, porque ante la enorme deuda que tuvo Wagner en París debido a que no representó todas las obras que se había comprometido, tuvo una deuda de 25.000 francos con diferentes empresarios teatrales franceses, y es la propia Metternich la que crea entre sus redes, entre ella, dentro de las redes estaba la propia emperatriz Eugenia de Montijo, mujer de Napoleón III, en el que, bueno, pues pide una colecta y consigue en 24 horas reunir los 25.000 francos que necesitaba Wagner para poder salir de París y que no acabase en la cárcel. También quiero señalar la importancia que tuvo Metternich en la promoción de algunas cantantes, en este caso una cantante y bailarina de cabaret, Teresa, que pasó de cantar la música en lugares de cabaret como era el Alcázar a cantar y interpretar en la corte de Napoleón III. Es decir, la intermediación también de Metternich para que esta cantante, que de alguna manera popular, acabase interpretando las obras de Offenbach dirigidas por Gounod en la Ópera de París. Y también dentro de su red, de la que hablaré luego, estaba la red de Metternich, que estaba la Isabel de Greffula, que era de alguna manera parvenue, una burguesa que acaba siendo aristócrata, y que también invita a esta Teresa a su salón para que interprete. Y esto pues, fue considerado en la época pues, muy, pues una irrupción, ¿no? porque se considera que estos géneros eran de pésimo gusto para lo que era la música de las élites cortesana o aristocrática. Bueno, la princesa de Metternich fue precisamente la promotora de esta exhibición de Viena, y dentro de su red de contactos para la organización, ella se fue la presidenta del patronato, con quien cuenta, vemos a la derecha de la filmina, arriba del todo a Isabel de Borbón y Borbón, la que he presentado antes, y abajo a la condesa de Greffula. ¿Y esta red cómo se estableció? Pues bueno, hemos dicho que la infanta Isabel de Borbón estuvo en París mientras que se duró el sexenio democrático, y fue entonces cuando conoció a la princesa Pauline von Metternich, que era la mujer del diplomático de Austria-Hungría en París, y a través de ahí se juntó con otra red de mujeres de élite de las que dependía la emperatriz Eugenia de Montijo, mujer de Napoleón III, y la mediadora de todo esto fue pues un poco la persona que educó a Isabel de Borbón y Borbón, que no era otra sino la duquesa viuda del duque de Alba, Rosalía de Ventimiglia y Moncada. Es muy interesante aquí que vemos como en correspondencia diplomática Metternich invita a su conocida Isabel de Borbón y Borbón a enviar alguna de las bandas españolas. Entre ellas aquí le invita a mandar a Viena bajo su propio coste, o sea, ella va a alojar en su palacio a la banda de alabarderos, que era la banda de música, la banda de música de la familia real, es decir, la importancia de las bandas para la representación diplomática de los estados. También la propia princesa de Metternich estuvo en contacto con un viejo conocido nuestro que es Guido Adler, un poco el padre de la musicología, porque fue el encargado de diseñar la exposición histórica que acompañaba esta exposición de música y teatro. Y hay una correspondencia epistolar entre ellos dos que se conserva en la Universidad de Georgia, en la que se establecen cómo se iban a disponer los pabellones. Aquí vemos los pabellones de las diferentes naciones invitadas y cómo se iban a poner, ¿no? Aquí vemos aquí estaría el pabellón de España. Y para ello, pues hacen cartas también diplomáticas y se manda qué tipo de ítems, qué tipo de manuscritos quieren que se manden desde España a Viena para que se expongan en esa exposición histórica. Y es muy interesante esta carta diplomática en el que se mandan todos los requisitos y el intermediario son Metternich y Isabel de Borbón, pero los que están haciendo el conocimiento o son los scholars o de alguna manera son los intelectuales que están detrás, es Guido Adler por una parte y Asenjo Barbieri en el caso español. Y aquí vemos una imagen de cómo se expusieron estos manuscritos y estas fuentes musicales en tanto la exposición de Madrid como la exposición de Viena. También quería hacer referencia a la labor de coleccionista de la propia infanta Isabel de Borbón y Borbón, siguiendo la tradición de la que nos acaba de hablar Cristina Fernández. Esta sería, ella por su orden se hizo una colección de instrumentos que luego se exhibió en Viena y sabemos de esta colección precisamente gracias a una fuente testamentaria, porque la colección debió de estar custodiada por la por el Conservatorio Superior de Música de Madrid, pero se ha dispersado, no se conoce dónde está y ahora se está reconstruyendo. Es María Luisa Martínez que está haciendo esta investigación, pero la importancia también de las fuentes de testamentos para poder reconstruir este tipo de labores. Y este tipo de exhibiciones, aparte de la parte histórica de pabellones, también había una parte industrial, porque no hay que olvidar que son hijas pues, de esa segunda revolución industrial. Y aquí vemos una imagen de la guía de la parte industrial de la exposición de Viena, donde se exhiben los instrumentos que bueno, se querían vender a este mercado internacional. Vemos desde el gramófono a, por ejemplo, binóculos para la ópera o diferentes clavicémbalos, pianos, pianofortes, también todo este tipo de industria. En ese sentido es interesante, aquí vemos en una fuente periodística el regalo, por ejemplo, que le dieron los empresarios industriales a la propia princesa de Metternich en agradecimiento a cómo ella había impulsado pues, toda la industria cultural asociada a la música y al teatro a través de esta exposición. Y bueno, también es interesante ver cómo a través del Ladies Committee que se creó para poder programar los conciertos de esta exposición, se inventaron formas de ticketing y de entradas pues, de familia, entradas permanentes, para poder mantener este tipo de conciertos. Y ya voy a terminar, porque he agotado mi tiempo, voy a hablar brevemente de quién fue Berta Nore Palmer. Berta Nore Palmer fue una empresaria, ella misma y también por su matrimonio con su marido, que era un grandísimo millonario establecido en Chicago y que tenía una larguísima tradición de mecenazgo y de labores de beneficencia y caridad, y fue una de las promotoras del edificio dedicado a las mujeres que se creó en Chicago en 1893, y también promotora del primer Congreso Internacional de Mujeres, en el que se discutieron muchos temas, entre ellos el derecho a la propiedad privada o el derecho al voto. Y también fue una de las promotoras de la asociación Queen Isabella, que se hizo, la promotora, consideraron que la patrona de ese edificio debía ser pues, precisamente Isabel la Católica, Isabel I, ¿no? Como una de las mujeres que, bueno, pues al fin y al cabo esta exposición se hizo para conmemorar el descubrimiento de América. En este sentido vemos también la correspondencia diplomática en la que se manda una banda de Zaragoza primero a Nueva York y después a Chicago, pero luego también cómo se establece una red de mujeres de élite para precisamente el establecimiento de ese Congreso Internacional de Mujeres que se celebró en 1893 y que casualmente tenía a su representante en Austria-Hungría, quien era la propia Metternich, que se había conocido a Honoré Palmer en París, y en España se contactó con Isabel de Borbón y Borbón, quien envió de su propia biblioteca muchos ítems, muchas obras firmadas por mujeres. Aquí vemos una lista de obras que son sobre todo obras de poesía, obras también de devoción religiosa, pero también músicas, obras musicales. Y mandó de su propia biblioteca estos estas obras de autoría de mujeres a esta exposición de Chicago. Aquí vemos además la importancia, por ejemplo, de fuentes como puede ser la fotografía, estos álbumes, porque la fotografía en esa época era un objeto de élite y y esto es un álbum fotográfico que se encuentra en el álbum personal de la hermana de la infanta, Eulalia, en el que se ve precisamente ese pabellón de España en ese edificio de mujeres, y bueno, pues ahí hay una alegoría historicista, una construcción de cómo podría haber sido pues esta España cuando se descubrió América, ¿no? Y bueno, esto tenía que ver con las fuentes, ¿no? Esto fuentes que se intercalan entre Eugenia la emperatriz Eugenia de Montijo y la armada de Isabel de Borbón y Borbón. Bueno, voy a pasar rápidamente. Y bueno, le quería señalar era bueno, pues la transferencia entre lo que son la cultura del salón y la cultura de las exposiciones universales. Es interesante que la propia Metternich tenía un interior lleno de reliquias de Wagner y un interior en el que se intentaba reconstruir el interior de los nivelungos de Wagner. Y este mismo lo transportan a Chicago, y esto es una nota de prensa en la que habla de cómo el propio Salón Metternich se envía a Chicago. Entonces ahí vemos la transferencia entre esa cultura de salón, esa reconstrucción casi arqueológica de devoción de compositores y cómo luego esto se expone en exposiciones universales. Para terminar, solamente quería hacer referencia pues, bueno, a la importancia de estas mujeres de élite en las exposiciones internacionales como facilitadoras, como movilizadoras y como constructoras de puentes entre diferentes agentes que estuvieron implicados en los mismos. Por otra parte, explicar que estas redes sociales muchas veces se habían construido en ámbitos de la caridad, de la beneficencia, muy relacionados con el ámbito eclesiástico y que sin embargo se transmutan al final del 19 y el 20 en casi buscadoras de financiamiento, precisamente con ese training, en esa educación que se les había educado en búsqueda de fondos a través de eventos, la programación de eventos y conciertos. Por otra parte, es interesante ver cómo esa cultura del salón, esa relación entre espacio privado y público de las que nos hablaba María Palacio antes, en las sesiones anteriores de la mañana, como el salón como lugar semiprivado se va abriendo a esta organización de exposiciones universales que ya se ejerce en la esfera pública. Y cómo en estos 19-20 se hace una sobreposición de modelos de gestión y mecenazgo. Por una parte vemos cuestiones que nos han resonado desde épocas anteriores, como es pues, el regalo directo, la mediación, las cartas de recomendación, el envío de objetos de colecciones y bibliotecas, a la intermediación entre nuevos agentes, como pueden ser los new men o los académicos o eruditos, ¿no? Como esa intermediación con gente como podía haber sido Guido Adler o Barbieri. Y por otra parte, como también empiezan a ser intermediarias con empresarios y también empiezan a inventar esas asociaciones de mujeres pues, estrategias de sponsoring y de ticketing, es decir, cómo vender tickets en conciertos públicos. Por último, simplemente quería señalar que hay veces que hay que recordarlos, que hay no nuevas fuentes, sino fuentes que han sido muchas veces consideradas superficiales o que no tienen mayor importancia. Si tenemos atención a este tipo de fuentes, vamos a ver nuevos agentes de la historia de la música, en este caso el papel de las mecenas mujeres del 19 y 20, y por otra parte, pues reflexionar si al final estas mujeres son casos excepcionales o si los ponemos en una óptica más global, si se va a considerar que es que hay toda una longue durée de mecenazgo femenino a lo largo de la historia y a lo mejor hay que empezar a pensar no solamente en relación mecenas-compositor, sino otros muchos ámbitos donde se ejerce el mecenazgo. Y por último, señalar que muchas veces este tipo de trabajo de mecenazgo se puso en evidencia construcciones de género disruptivas para la época, como hemos visto en el caso de Metternich con su apoyo de la música de cabaret, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, pues simplemente quería dejarlo aquí, no sin antes señalar que estoy encantada de poder responder a las preguntas luego en el debate y no voy a robar más tiempo, solamente quería señalar que hay un call for papers para una sesión del grupo de estudio Gender and Musical Patronage que se acabará el lunes que viene y que es para la reunión del study group dentro de la reunión que se va a celebrar, la reunión que se celebra cada 5 años, que este año el año que viene se va a celebrar en Atenas, y simplemente invitar a la audiencia a mandar sus papers. Pues nada, muchísimas gracias y muchas gracias por vuestra atención.
Thank you so much, Maria, for this paper, which has clearly shown how women contributed to musical patronage in the context of international exhibitions. Again, we can have the discussion at the end. And our last speaker is Mélanie Traversier. I am also very grateful to her for traveling from France to Granada to participate in this meeting. I think that she has a PowerPoint here. Yes. Mélanie Traversier is a professor in early modern history at the University de Lille. Her research is dedicated to the music market in the 18th century, with a focus on the careers of European musicians and on the connections between music, science, and innovation. She has published several monographs and articles and forms part of the board of the Association of French Historians for the Development of Women and Gender History. And her contribution today is entitled Writing Me a Line or Two, Recommendations, Networks, and Agency of the Davis Sisters, Musicians in the Enlightenment Europe. Thank you so much.
Are you ready, Pablo? Thank you for help. Thank you so much, Ascensión. Thank you so much, Tess, for your invitation. I'm very delighted to represent France. French research in our networks. I remember with pleasure our first meeting in Barcelona, thanks to Tess, and it's a very good idea. It's a pleasure to continue our discussions. And of course, it's also a pleasure navigating with you from Spanish to English, from English to Spanish. So help me if I'm lost in translation. But let's go to the 18th century with an Italian writer living in London. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 in the hall here. Ladies and gentlemen, I recommend to your protection 2 of your countrywomen who come to Italy with a view of being heard play upon a new instrument called harmonica. Giuseppe Baretti is speaking. He's writing to the wife of the former ambassador of Geneva in London, Dorothy Mallet, and I suppose she is named Signora Celesia. And he recommended 2 musicians, 2 English sisters of Irish origin, the Davis sisters. One, Marianne, the oldest, is an instrumentalist, and the other, Cecilia, a singer. Marianne is currently at the start of her European career. She's already known in England, but not in Europe. And Cecilia is still in artistic formation. She is very young, as you can see. Nowadays, they are forgotten yet. Each enjoyed a widespread renown in Enlightenment Europe. Marianne, who first won fame as a child prodigy on the flute and harpsichord in the 50s. Then she went on to fascinate the music elites in England and in Europe with performances on the glass America, a strange crystallophone designed by Franklin, the famous Franklin, the unique Franklin you know. And it remembers us as our women are also involved in the history of inventions, as Maria Caceres and Alicia Lopez underlined it before. Cecilia Davis, meanwhile, made her mark as the first English woman to be hired as a singer by theatres in Italy. She was called the Inglesina. The case is both representative and unique. It is representative in that the vicissitudes they encountered were those faced by any woman making music a professional career, particularly if she remained single, as both sisters Davis did. At the same time, their case is unique for two reasons. On the one hand, their career path was that of two sisters who always lived and, to a degree, worked together. Second point, on the other hand, their story is intertwined with that of the rocky reception of the glass harmonica made by Franklin. This was a so innovative musical instrument, and Benjamin Franklin himself chose flute and harpsichord virtuoso Marianne Davies as its first player in '62 in London. So the study of the networks of both sisters mobilized directly or indirectly from first stage appearance of Marianne in the 50s until Cecilia's death in 1836. The study of their networks crossed a triple historiography. It sits at the juncture of the history of performer and celebrity, of performer mobility and celebrity, of course, the gender studies, and the history of organological innovation, which itself belongs to the history of inventions, science, and technology. How can we study it? The archives for research into the Davis sisters are extraordinarily illuminating, even though there is far less certainty about the specific features of the careers of unmarried women performers than about those of their male counterparts, as well as far fewer documentary records. While it remains impossible to reconstruct the sisters' biographies in detail, certain stages in their careers can be grasped through specific and incredible sources, which also make it possible to identify the networks and resources upon which they could draw during their professional lives. There was a first European tour between '67 and '33, and a second stay in Europe between '78 and '86. During these two phases in Europe, they sought to consolidate their reputation and subsequently to revive their careers after a number of disappointments. Or the professional and geographical mobility strategies corresponding to these two key phases are so well documented, in particular in a collection of reference letters and in letters the sisters themselves wrote when still active or hoping to remain so in public performing arts. These manuscript archives make it possible to suggest a typology of the networks they mobilized according to the goal sought and its timing in their careers, to identify also the ways of operating they was directly or indirectly in an increasingly competitive music environment, and to trace, in a word, the outlines and limits of their agency as it was deployed, redeployed, or reconfigured to the advantage of one or the other sister. So I propose you to study these two phases thanks to this specific and notable documentation. First, so the first phase, the first tour for emerging reputations at the end of the 60s. From 67 to 73, Marianne and Cecilia Davis crisscrossed part of continental Europe within the framework of a double job mobility project. For Marianne, this meant increasing the number of glass harmonica concerts in Europe as she sought to boost his reputation already established in the British Isles, and also Paris, where she spent few months in '65. She appeared regularly in London, in Dublin, and in seaside resort during the summer season. For Cecilia's travel, the objective is different. It's for her a self-development project intended to enable her to improve improve her vocal strength and accustom herself to the stage. Engagements where possible at Italian theaters would enable her to earn the first real stripes as an opera singer. For each of the sisters, this European travel plan focused on the Italian peninsula, where musical reputations were built. Italia, sede della musica, it's always true in the 18th century. Throughout this 5-year journey, they were accompanied and chaperoned by their parents. The presence of the parents certainly guaranteed the sisters' safety and their morals, always of importance for young women, travelers, and musicians to boot. Above all, however, the parents provided unfailing material and organizational support, which freed the sisters from all but their artistic obligations. This first European tour by the Davis sisters is documented not only in printed records of their performance and a few eyewitness testaments, but also in a set of reference letters preserved in the Wackett family collection, currently held in the Dorset History Centre. The connection with the Reverend Thomas Wackett was established as a variant of the 18th century when the Reverend Thomas Wackett entrusted his daughter's musical education to the sisters, who by then had withdrawn from the public stage. These letters of recommendation were a decided advantage in their training as performers, and still more so in a professional accent that was based on international mobility. These letters served to boost their careers by activating networks and acquaintanceship ties that their status as musicians and young musicians would not have allowed them to acquire. The Davis sisters most certainly benefited from the letters to pull off their musical grand tour at an age when Cecilia's reputation was not existent and Marianne was confined to English high society. The collection is consisted by a notebook with 42 unnumbered pages and 132 letters of introduction. We can find 132 letters of reference, but only 49 among them have been reproduced in full in the book. These transcriptions are broken up. I see you. The picture. These fully transcriptions are broken up by pages that simply list the letters writers' names and the names and addresses of their intended recipients. These letters of documentation was unearthed first by Betty Matthews, a 40 years ago, and more recently, Thomson First used them to reconstitute the long journey, and it fits and starts by identifying towns at which the sisters stopped. But my own research has deepened these two approaches. On the one hand, I was able to make the networks denser, I will explain why, and more complex, especially to expose the role of scientific networks. And on the other hand, I studied the letters of recommendation, tracing the promotional points put forward to sell the musician and the instrument itself. What was the goal? All the intermediaries had one objective: to ask the recipient to provide the Davis sisters with assistenza, direzione, consiglio, as wrote Valerio Morelli to his friend Carlo Castelli in Italy at the end of 61. So, material assistance, recommendation to other potentially useful contacts, direction, and good advice for continuing their professional travel plans in the light of knowledge of the local music market, the networks involved, and the authority figures in a targeted city or court. So, who were the referees? The referees book wasn't so usual. Of course, expert knowledge of the music market and a sphere of influence, the social space, we might say today, were the main criteria for targeting a specific contact. As a result, requests went as a priority targets to musical performers, Bach and the English Bach, and two brothers of him. We can find Gluck, Hasse, Jomelli, also Metastasio, etc., etc. But also members of a cities or courts elite, including any known music lovers and diplomats. And I show you at the screen a different example of referees present in the book of recommendation. So famous professional musicians, also supporter of music in the court and diplomatic elites must be stressed, along with the gender of mix of referees from these circles. Women were very active, as we said it all the day. So don't forget the role of the Countess Taxis, the Duchess Landi, and the best of them, the Empress Maria Theresa. The English diaspora in Europe is also present in the collection. English and Irish Catholics in the Netherlands, and of course, English diaspora present in Italy. Among these various characters, music lovers, members of the city and court elites, diplomats, musicians, people in the arts, Metastasio, eminent English people, who must largely be expected, another type of network comes as a greater surprise. Members of scientific circles who were especially active in the Italian peninsula. It was there that the artistic promotion of the two young musicians and that of the glass harmonica were most closely intertwined. Keen on mechanical innovations, this scientific network extolled the Davis sisters because they bore the Franklin label. So we can note, underline also in these networks of experts that the circle was not exclusively male. We must applaud the major role played by Laura Bassi, famous physicist with an excellent reputation all around Europe. It was she who was especially to Giambattista Beccaria, the best electrician, perhaps after Franklin, to whom Franklin himself had written the famous letter on the harmonica of July 62. And she informed Beccaria about the devices present in Italia and harmonica performances. I show you the manuscript. And the letter is written in Italian, and I propose a bad translation in English. Mr. Franklin Benjamin is quoted, and she insists about the sonorous electric instrument. It's a scoop, electric music born in 18th century. Yes, you can define it on the social networks. So we can see that various networks are working together with vertical and horizontal solidarities, professional and court networks also, and supporters from the Anglophone diaspora in Europe, and correspondence between the sexes amongst these different circles was not uncommon. And in terms of renounce, this succession of letters gained publicity for the glass harmonica, of course, but it's not our subject here. The letters, among with their concert, of course, developed the sisters' reputations. To begin with, they were presented simply as two countrywomen, as you saw, they are presented as the Davis sisters, but gradually singled out by their first name. One of these letters provides the first documentary evidence of the Italian language alias l'inglesina used to describe Cecilia Davis as she prepared for a stage debut at the San Carlo. Hello, Cristina at Lisbona. We are connected also by this paper. The sociological and geographical cartography of these networks, documented by the collection, highlight a crucial stage, Vienna. Meetings were arranged there that had a pivotal impact on the Davis' subsequent careers, particularly with the composer Hasse, who introduced them to the musical and aristocratic milieu of Imperial Vienna. They met Mozart family. They met Metastasio, and Hasse composed the first score for the harmonica, called L'Harmonica, for voice and glass harmonica, to a libretto by Metastasio, and the sisters performed it when it was produced in court for Empress Maria Theresa. And Maria Theresa then, in turn, became a powerful patron, recommending the musicians to her distinguished correspondents and diplomats in the Italian territories under Habsburg dominations. Hasse, il Sassone, also put the family in contact with Giambattista Ortez, an economist and well-known writer. He hosted the Deveses during their stay in Venice, which marks the start of their Italian tour, and then Ortez was engaged in direct correspondence with both Marianne and Cecilia Davis in the second part of their careers. Here began the second point. I will be briefer. The sister will soon indeed seize on the powers of the written word for actively self-promoting their interest and discovering for themselves what opportunities were presented by a specific turn. It was logical because they were well educated, of adult age, and fortified by the confidence bestowed by their first public successes in Europe. And then the death of their father in 1973, when they are back in London, undoubtedly encouraged them to take up the pen themselves and to put it to work for the good of their professional projects. And we know 14 letters with professional goal, less or more explicit, written by Marianne and Cecilia Davis. And we know them, and we have them, because they were held in the archives of the men. They wrote to Giambattista Ortez, his famous economist, and Benjamin Franklin. The scientific network remained very active. They hope so. They make it possible to grasp how, during Louis in their professional timetables, the sisters themselves tried to secure new contracts, learn about the European music market, and relaunch their careers, especially once Marianne's mental fragility became known. Indeed, Marianne's professional and personal fate was less fortunate than Cecilia Davis' engagement. As of autumn 1973, at the very latest, she was suffering from a nervous disorder that prevented her appearing on stage. And we learn this from a remark in a letter Cecilia sent, as it happens, to Ortez, as you can read on the screen. So her elder sisters, Marianne's illness led Cecilia Davis, the youngest of the sisters, to take charge of the family and to conduct her career with a view to the family responsibility and so economic duty. It will be our task from then on to run the family business unit. We have really to consider the family as a business enterprise. In her correspondence with Ortez, Cecilia describes the situation, mentioned also theatrical project, and we can see how she is really herself a broker between England and the continent. She would occasionally tell Ortez about talented Italians in London, for example, Signora Cametti, called also Farinella, while herself learning of offers that might potentially come her way in Italy. That's what, no doubt, her greatest hope, come back to Italy. And we have, for example, these second letters on the screen. I would like having to stay in Paris for a while. Let me know if there is anything I can do for you, Ortez. But in your part, could you let me have, if you don't mind, of course, new other Teatro San Benedetto, not to have only the chronicles, the theatrical chronicle, but to have a contract. It was really his hope. Once again, the Italian star shone brightest. But there was before a step in Paris where she met again Franklin in person because Franklin was arrived in Paris at the end of 76, where he had created a veritable mania. So everything touched by Franklin was immediately the place to be or the thing to have, for example, an harmonica. So it was a good idea for the sister to say in Paris. And so they write, I have to hurry up. So Cecilia wrote as soon as arrived in Paris to Franklin to seek an audience. And we know by other documentation that they met together and that they played together harmonica. But the Parisian hopes were soon extinguished from a point of view professional. Although Paris went crazy for Franklin and his harmonica when harmonica was played by Franklin himself, the Davis sisters were unable to find suitable conditions in the city for a career revival. Marianne was held back by her illness, and the Paris music scene had no room for Cecilia because there was only room for Gluckist against Piccinist and for Piccinist against Gluckist. And there was no room for Mozart, who was indeed himself in Paris in the same time. The Italian option remained open, and the two sisters went back there armed with a letter which Franklin wrote for them in September 78. Sadly, the letters did not survive, but Cecilia thanks him warmly for it in another letter. So back on the Italian peninsula, I don't describe the details, I don't have time. The sisters settled permanently in Florence for years. It was from there that Marianne, feeling better, wrote and sent a long letter to Franklin himself in 83. This letter is incredible. It's simultaneously an account of her life and of the life of, with her sister, a curriculum vitae, and a corresponding letter. She provides a list of setbacks. All she quoted is her violent return of her nervous complaints, professional obstacle, and last but not least, the death of the great and good Empress Maria Theresa. After she sad remembers, she changes turns and looks to the future in terms of her career. Feeling better, she has gone back to playing the harmonica, and she is convinced she could live off the concert she will once more be able to give. Where? In Paris, the best place to be famous, and she's seeking Franklin's intercession. As she thinks the city possesses all the advantages of a music capital, and a queen who loved music, Maria Antonietta, the daughter of the Empress Maria Theresa. So for her, it's really the best idea of the world. And if Maria Antonietta could offer her patronage, thanks to the intercessions of Franklin, it would be a wonderful opportunity for her. So, for all these reasons, Marianne Davis begs Franklin to assist her in this life-saving enterprise and discreetly to let her have what she called a plan of establishment. Well, to begin with, she asked him to write him, we can say today, to drop her a line or two, to give her his news. This plan, this professional plan, is really the core reason for writing to him. And it shows, these letters, it's an incredible, amazing example how a performer, a human performer, in an awkward situations, seeks professional support on the basis of economic, material, and also politic and artistic criteria. She reactivates her network, even those that have not been used for several years, but may still prove decisive. It reveals how she dangles the virtues and unique features of her artistic career in order to achieve her objective. Unfortunately, this extraordinary unwritten letter went unanswered. Franklin certainly received it since it entered his archives. I did the reminder letter which followed in vain in October 83. Did he ignore it? Did he think it's pointless to reply? We don't know. However, without the social skills of the honorable vieillard, as Franklin was called in the French sources, and with no other support at the court of Versailles, plans to return to the French capital were grown. Both sisters remained in Florence until spring 86. Cecilia was less and less in demand However, and it seems that Marianne was once again affected by her nervous complaint. In 1986, the two sisters managed to return to London, thanks to the support given by the English-British community in Tuscany. Marianne Davies no longer appeared in public, only Cecilia's performance contrast guaranteed them an income. But also, Cecilia's career was also in decline as age and its impact on the voice caught up with her, and she was outshone by fierce competition for younger, talented performers, and she couldn't hope any help from the only male Royal Society of Musicians. So she appears to have given a final public performance in 1991 during a staging of Handel's Redemption Oratorio. From then on, with no institutional support possible from the exclusively male Royal Society of Musicians, Cecilia Davies' one option was to teach music at home, as I remember. In this context of family isolation and growing poverty at the end of the 20s, several women benefactors, here we come back to the topics on charity, of women charity, went into action to provide assistance. And at the end, the charity became the sole means of offering them support. And to conclude, ultimately, the most solid and dependable network on which they were able to rely throughout their lives and their careers remained the one based on their solidarity as sisters, or sorority. Gracias por su atención.
Thank you so much. I think that as we have run out of time, and in order to start the keynote lecture as soon as possible, I have proposed Cristina and Maria through the chat to have the discussion about this session later on, probably tomorrow morning in the final discussion session. And they agree. I don't know if it's fine with you. So, perfect. Now we have the keynote lecture. Professor Wisner-Hans has sent a bibliography to us. In-person participants have a printed copy in their folders. For virtual participants, I am sending the document through the YouTube chat. Tess, ¿me puedes oír?
I can, Ascensión. Thank you very much. Mary, are you there?
I'm there. Can you hear me okay?
I can indeed. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Well, it's a very great pleasure and an honor to welcome our keynote speaker, Mary Wisner-Hans, who is Distinguished Professor of History and Women's and Gender Studies, Emerita, at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. She is the longtime senior editor of that wonderful journal, the 16th Century Journal, and the author or editor of more than 30 books that have appeared in English, German, French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, Greek, Chinese, Turkish, and Korean. That's incredible. A number of these studies focus on women's history, and in particular, the classic study of women and gender in early modern Europe that first appeared in 1993, but which much more recently has appeared in the fourth and revised edition of 2019, with issues relating particularly to global musicology, to questions of race and other aspects that have been threaded through the book as a whole, together with a broad coverage of more recent theoretical approaches. And another classic study, the Companion to Gender History, which Mary edited with Teresa Mead, which has also come out in a second edition, there we are, as a companion to global gender history, And this has a number of interesting aspects for us relating to religion and gender, to masculinity and femininity in the visual arts. And did gender have a renaissance? There's a question. Very, very happy to welcome Mary, whose topic this evening is women's networks in the early modern world. Thank you, Mary.
Well, thank you, Tess, for that introduction. And in fact, before you came on, I was just saying that I just referenced your and Ascension's wonderful new collection, or newish collection, Hearing the City in Early Modern Europe, that I hope everyone will immediately run out and buy, because it's really wonderful. And to me, it represents the best of kind of new directions in history, that history of the senses. It's not just about, it's about music some, but it's also about sound and about hearing. And I think it's absolutely wonderful. So everyone run out and buy it and order a copy for your library. And that will make, I think Breppels published it, right? Yeah. Whoever published it, it'll make them very happy. So it's a really great collection. And so, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of the conference for inviting me to participate. And I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person. I'm sitting here in my home in Milwaukee. This is actually the second time I've given a keynote at a conference in Granada. The first just about 20 years ago for a conference on women in the city of Granada that was organized by the indefatigable Margareta Beryl Salcedo. That conference introduced me and my then 8-year-old son to the wonders of Granada, an experience we both have never forgotten. I will say it was the first time that he had ever eaten dinner at midnight, which if you're an 8-year-old child from the American Midwest is amazingly exotic, and he just loved it. So if any of you who are here today were at that conference, please raise a glass to that conference and to Margareta Beryl at dinner tonight, as well as to Ascensión and to the other organizers of this conference. To my knowledge, this conference is the first to bring together 2 bodies of research that have grown steadily in the last several decades, that on women in music and that on women's networks in early modern Europe. So what I'd like to do today is briefly review how the scholarship on each of these has developed to create the platform on which you are now building, so that you're standing on. I'll be mentioning a number of works, some of them older, some of them newer, and I put together a bibliography that I have sent along to Ascensión, and I don't know, it's going to go on the website, or she can send it out to you, or however it's getting sent around. But there's a bibliography of everything that I'm going to be mentioning, so that you can look it up afterwards and see what I'm talking about. And I'm actually going to start sort of where I started 30 years ago, which I know is before some of you were born. So this is really back in the Paleolithic of women's history, the point at which I wrote the first edition of Women and Gender in Early Modern Europe. When I wrote the proposal for the book, the syndics of Cambridge University Press and the board of editors at Cambridge is called the syndics, the syndicate. They were sort of hesitant because this was in that faddish new field of women's history, wondering if the book would sell. Well, it's in its 4th edition, so I'm still updating it, and it did. In that first edition, so I want to kind of go back and look at early research on women in music, to kind of think about where we used to be and move to where we are now. In the first edition, the section on music was 2 pages long, and the list of suggested readings to go with it was about a paragraph. That list wasn't exhaustive. It was only things available in English, and the book is designed for students, so it's only stuff in English. But in any language, 30 years ago, there was really very little. Just as in art history and in the history of women writers, the first works available were very broad edited collections that covered many centuries, like Carol Newspace's Women in Music, an anthology of source readings from the Middle Ages to the present that came out in 1982. And especially the one that I found the best was my colleague and friend Jane Bowers, who is retired from our music department, and Judith Tick's Women Making Music, the Western Art Tradition, which came out in 1986. If they focused only on the early modern period, these early collections ranged beyond music to include other cultural forms. Books like Craig Monson's The Crannied Wall, Women, Religion, and the Arts in Early Modern Europe, which had a couple essays on music, came out in 92. Frederick Keener and Susan Larsh's 18th Century Women in the Arts, again, it was mostly about art, but it had some things on music, came out in 1988. The first group of women musicians to receive sustained attention from the early modern world were Italian nuns. For that first edition of Women and Gender, 30 years ago, there were articles about them, and shortly after that appeared, the authors of those articles had published books, including Jane Baldoff-Berdis's Women Musicians of Venice Musical Foundations, came out in '93, Craig Monson's Disembodied Voices, Music and Culture in an Early Italian Convent. It's been so important, it came out in '95. Robert Kendrick's Celestial Sirens, Nuns and Their Music in Early Modern Italy, it came out in 1996. From this research, we learned that convents provided important opportunities for female musicians and composers who wrote both. More than half of the women whose music was published before 1700 were nuns, who wrote both sacred and secular music. In the early 16th century, convents began to perform polyphonic music with nuns playing all types of instruments, and many nuns composed as well as sang and played instruments. Venice was particularly well studied in this early research. I'd say about half of it was focused on Venice, and especially its Ospedali Grandi, those musical training schools for girls established by the city government at 4 of the city's orphanages. These were not strictly convents, as they're not nuns, but the girls vowed to sing and play for 10 years after they were trained, so they couldn't leave until they were about 30. The choirs these schools produced became so renowned that girls who were not orphans were taken on as day students, including some daughters of Venice's elite. They gave frequent public performances, which the city used as a source of income. And it also encouraged the girls and women to develop their talents by sending them to study with distinguished teachers and commissioning special works for them. Vivaldi was once their concertmaster, and I don't need to probably tell you that anything that involves Vivaldi always catches people's eyes. You can somehow work him into something, somebody will pay attention to what you're saying. Sad, but true. Research, though, focused on restrictions as well as opportunities, noting ways that public singing by women in convents raised the ire of the Catholic Church hierarchy. In 1563, the Council of Trent ordered the Venetian ospedali and women's convents in general throughout Italy to stop their performances of polyphonic music and playing any instrument except the organ. The Venetian city government was strong enough to ignore this order, and some convents were as well, especially in Milan and Bologna. But in general, the opportunities for convent residents to perform and create music began to decrease in the later 16th century. This research on women's music making in convents was part of the explosion of research on women religious that has happened over the last several decades. In part, this focus on convents is a function of sources. For convents housed literate women, controlled people and property, and were often linked with powerful families, all of which means they have frequently left extensive records. These records were often transferred as a body to some larger archives, but remain a manageable group of sources for a dissertation project. And I think that's partly why there's been so much done in convents, is that it's not an unlimited bunch of sources. In Italy, Gabriele Zari at the University of Bologna has directed teams of researchers exploring convents, holy women, and hagiographical texts, and sponsored regular conferences on these topics. Some of you may have attended them. Conferences, collections of articles, and special issues of journals on nuns and convents have become increasingly common outside of Italy as well. I'm not really surprised at all that 6 of the papers at this conference focus on women in convents, so it keeps on this long tradition of that. Research on convents has involved many disciplines. In the same way that music historians have shown how women sang, composed, and played musical instruments, with their sounds sometimes reaching far beyond the convent walls, art historians have explored how convents acted as patrons of the visual arts, ordering paintings and sculpture with specific subjects and particular styles for their own buildings and for those the male religious institutions that they supported, was shaping the religious images that men saw as well as those that women saw. Religious historians have examined the ways in which women circumvented, subverted, opposed, and occasionally followed the wishes of church authorities. Social historians have explored the ways in which women behind convent walls shaped family dynamics and thus political life. Claire Walker, Ulrike Strasse, and Elizabeth Layfeld have all demonstrated that even in post-Tridentian Europe, convents and their residents were very much part of the public realm of power, politics, and culture. Research on convents during the 90s and early 2000s did not describe the systems in which they were enmeshed as networks, as that term has become part of historians' vocabulary more recently, and I'll turn to that in a few minutes. But we can certainly think of them as networks. For example, Claire Walker has found that during the English Civil War, nuns were important agents in royalist intelligence networks. English Catholic women living in convents in the Low Countries acted as conduits for news about royalist causes which they supported. They wrote, copied, and circulated letters and reports about unfolding political events, including to royalist officials in exile. So they're clearly part of this royalist network. This explosion of research on convents, of which that on nuns' music making has been such an important part, has meant that in terms of sheer volume, research on early modern Catholic women has been far more extensive than that on Protestant women. This should come as no surprise, given historians' dependence on institutional records. There simply are many more sources about women religious than their lay sisters. In terms of sources by women about religious issues, those from educated nuns in the 16th century far outweigh those from lay women, Protestant or Catholic. By the 17th century, Protestant groups such as the Quakers or English Puritans often called for a written examination of conscience as part of the process of conversion. Such reflections have survived for quite average women and men, as well as the spiritual and social elite. So they allow for more study of lay women's spirituality among Protestants and more direct comparisons between men's and women's experiences. For the 16th century, however, and I'm a sort of 16th century person mostly, the survival of more sources contributes to the sense that Catholic women had more options than Protestant women during this period. They had, sort of as we've long recognized, maritus aut murus, the wall or marriage, but also a sort of bunch of in-between forms that people are paying more attention to: Ursulines, lay sisters, daughters of charity, beatas, and so on. Though studying such women don't argue this explicitly, they're very careful to talk about the constraints on women as well as opportunities. But the sheer number of studies, whatever their tone or conclusion, makes it appear as if Catholic women were more likely than Protestant women to have lives and ideas worthy of note. I could make a bad pun about worthy of note here, but I'm sure scholars who study music, you've heard all that before. So I will simply say that the research presented at this conference will continue to enhance what we know about the wide variety of the experiences of Catholic women. I don't think it's going to, looking again at the range of papers, I don't think it's going to discount this idea that Catholic women really do have a lot of options. Okay, so what about scholarship on early modern women's music outside of convents? Well, 30 years ago, almost all of that was also about Italy. Early articles explored the ways that singing became one of the duties expected of court ladies at many northern Italian courts in the 16th century. Women were taken on specifically for their singing abilities. More music were written that required trained women's voices, and in 1580, the Duke of Ferrara established a separate group of singing women, the Concerto delle Donne. This practice was copied by other Italian courts in the 1580s and 1590s, with female instrumentalists often added as well. And by the 17th century, some of these women composed much of their own music. There were articles and eventually books about the singer-composer Barbara Strozzi, for example, who wrote and sang arias and cantatas and ran a musical salon in Venice, and about Francesca Caccini, who was at one point the highest paid performer, male or female, at the Medici court in Florence. Those women set a pattern for other composers, and by 1700, as people have counted this, 23 women in Italy had had their music published. Again, more than half are nuns, but more than half, or somewhat less than half are not. Like female painters, many musicians were the daughters of musicians or came from musical families, and their fathers not only trained them, but also helped them get their music published. Okay, so along with Italian composers and performers, both religious and lay, the other thread in early scholarship was the transformation of amateur singing and playing an instrument into an accomplishment suitable for middle and upper class young women. Here, scholars cited moral treatises and guidebooks from all over Europe, and not just Italy, such as the Young Lady's Conduct from the late 17th century, which comments, music refines the taste, polishes the mind, and is an entertainment without other views that preserves young women from the rust of idleness, that most pernicious, who sang or played instruments, because training in music was not a standard part of the education for an upper or middle class man, without recognizing that the female audience would have been much more competent than had they been able to perform. Scholars also tried, thinking of this early thing, to assess the involvement of women in the composition and performance of folk ballads, songs, lullabies, and other types of popular music. Many of these were never published or even written down, or else were published only long after they were composed. Most are published anonymously or attributed to a composer whose authorship was as much a matter of myth as the events that they describe. There's no reason to assume that women didn't write any of them. As one woman historian sort of put it, anonymous was a woman, especially because many of them were songs that accompanied traditional women's work, such as childcare or weaving. Some scholars have identified and did identify certain attributes as typical in songs they suspect were written by women. Among these are that women are described as whole persons rather than according to their physical attributes. The relationships between men and women in the songs are marked by mutuality rather than dominance and wife beating. Mother-child relationships involve both joy and sadness, or maybe that the song was sung traditionally by women. But they also note that using markers such as these to point to female authorship is always speculative. Plus, music transmitted orally was often changed by the performers, who added verses, changed content, and altered tunes as they sang them. So there's this whole issue of, can we say anything was written by someone when it's simply oral performance? Okay, so looking back, I think we can see the roots of many of the issues that this conference is exploring in this early scholarship from even 30 years ago, including so that convents and courts were the site of composition and performance, debates about musical education for women, restrictions on women's public performances and women's ability to overcome such restrictions, and the oral transmission of texts and melodies. So that I think that, kind of as I was looking back, this is what happens when you've been in the biz for a while, the things that you're looking at here really kind of build from this, much of this early kind of work on women's music. Okay, so that's one half of what you're talking about, but you're talking about women's musical networks. So what about networks? Research using that concept to look at early modern women has begun more recently than have examinations of women in music. 30 years ago, even really 20 years ago, scholars rarely focused explicitly on networks, but this has begun to change. There are several areas in which scholars have examined the networks linking women, as well as linking women with women together, as well as linking women with men into larger groups. One of these kind of areas is sort of literary production and the salon. Important studies here include Carol Powell's The Republic of Women, Rethinking the Republic of Letters in the 17th Century from 2012, and all these again are in this bibliography. Diana Robbins, really important, I think, Publishing Women's Salons, the Presses in the Counter-Reformation in 16th Century Italy, and Elizabeth Robertson's article, Women and Networks of Literary Production. These works, books and articles, analyze salons and informal groups for the presentation and discussion of written work that preceded them as networks, I mean explicitly as networks, and also as part of the Republic of Letters, that sort of group of new social and cultural institutions that also included scientific and literary societies, newspapers, magazines, coffee houses, and clubs. Studies of salons examine the ways they mixed old and new nobles and wealthier and non-nobles. These are not, salons are not democratic institutions, but they did allow the old and new elite, as well as women and men in some cases, to mix. They focused on sociable conversation, not giving and listening to speeches, and often included considerations of gender differences among their topics for discussion. The women who founded and attended salons had generally been educated at convent schools with their emphasis on piety and morals. They recognized the deficiencies in their own education and explicitly viewed the salon as a place to improve their understanding of the world, to become, as it was called at the time, a woman of letters. That was what they wanted to be. They took what they did seriously, preparing themselves for their gatherings by reading and practicing letter writing and conversational skills. Salon hostesses themselves, I think, formed a network. Women generally learned how to be a salon hostess by attending a salon of an older woman for years. Besides their proteges, salonières often raised their own daughters to be highly educated. So this is a generational network. Although the intellectual independence that resulted from this education often led daughters to open salons with pointedly different emphases than those of their mothers. If you're a mother, you know that feeling. Salonières were mocked by writers such as Molière as intellectually pretentious and more interested in style than substance, But research has demonstrated that some are extremely powerful, which may be why Molière chose to satirize them. They did not have any official public or academic role, but approval of certain salon hostesses was often an unofficial requirement for a man to gain election to the Académie Française, the highest honor for a French intellectual or writer. I should add that that was important, but no woman was elected to the Académie Française until 1979, which I would argue is probably the most important network in French culture. So the networks that were created by these salons were not only intergenerational, but they were also international. In the late 18th century, German, English, Italian, and Spanish women of letters created salons on the French model in Europe and in some European colonies abroad, especially in Latin America. Those in Germany were one of the few places where Christians and Jews could mix. Many of the women involved in such salons also wrote voluminous numbers of letters, extending their networks of sociability beyond the physical salon through correspondence. Okay. They also published essays, poetry, translations of classical and contemporary work. Some literary products were written in the form of letters, or epistolatory, and actual epistolatory relationships have also been increasingly considered through the lens of network analysis. Many middle and upper class people, including many women, read and wrote letters as a normal course of their day in the early modern world. These ranged from simple letters written by girls or women with basic writing abilities to sophisticated letters filled with classical allusions and complex language that showed off women's mastery of formal rhetorical conventions. Lady Anne Cook Bacon, for example, one of a group of highly learned sisters, the Cook sisters, wrote and received letters in Latin and used Latin and Greek words and phrases in her English letters, in part because she's worried about servants reading her letters. She talks about this. These words are sort of mentioned in a letter, which is good evidence for us that servants could read, because she wouldn't have been worried if they were not able to. Lost my page here. As James Dable and others have commented, and I have completely lost my paper. I'm going to have to, sorry. This is what sometimes happens. Take a short break. I'm going to have to go back from one. Take a breath. I'm going to have to look it up because I am trying to work off old school and a printed version, and I managed to not print one piece of my thing. So here we are. See, for those of you who are younger, this happened, and I was not swallowed up by the earth. So you never know, right? All righty. So now we'll get here. As James Dable has stressed, female letter writers were integral in cultivating and maintaining networks of kinship, political influence, and cultural patronage, which they sometimes freely admitted. In a 1578 letter, Lady Bacon commented, quote, "Yet I am enforced openly to acknowledge that it is my bounden duty of myself, without request, every way to seek the glory of my God, by exhorting privately, by preaching publicly, by writing generally, to the very uttermost of my power and ability." Julie Campbell, Anne Larson, and others have studied how women established communities of letter writers that stretched across countries, regions, and counties. This was sometimes as a result of marriages that took them far from their family and friends, but also through shared religious or political ideas or scientific interests. Letters frequently contained political news as well as personal matters, and their writers knew that they would be circulated among a group of people and perhaps even copied. For this was a period during which regular newsletters and newspapers were only beginning. It's that transition from the letter as kind of a private document into something that's quite different. We may think of letters as private, in fact, but in the early modern period, letters were often read aloud and passed around. So people paid attention to penmanship. Oh, wouldn't that be great? Along with grammar and spelling. Women in particular realized that letters might be the best or only place they could demonstrate their learning and creativity with language, and so used letters to develop a personal literary style. Thank heaven for that, because we use them so much as sources. Art historians have been a bit slower than literary scholars or intellectual historians to use network analysis, perhaps because of the lingering power of kind of the lone genius narrative in art history, which always guides art historians toward an individualistic analysis, even when looking at women artists. But Conrad Bersens and his colleagues have conducted extensive work on the use of and reliance upon social networks of women and men in the production of tapestries in the early modern Low Countries, for example. Tomomi Kinakawa has considered the epistolary relationship between the female artist Marissa Bellamarian and several of her colleagues in her pursuit of publishing success. Mariska Zickens de Swan has explored the power of family relationships in a female collector's pursuit of exotic plant specimens, again, a kind of network. Sheila Folliot and Saskia Baranek have examined how portraits, both representing women and owned by women, established or challenged identities, activated spaces, circulated in familial and economic networks, and functioned in forging alliances. They argue that networks of portrait collecting and exchanges provide a gendered parallel for a more traditional written archive. Both literary and art historians have also begun to examine patronage in terms of networks, and I know that's going on at the conference here as well, as have scholars who focus on other aspects of society. They have studied the ways abbesses arranged for the building and decoration of convents, churches, hospitals, and orphanages, choosing the architect and often improving the plans down to the smallest detail. Noble women hired architects and sculptors to transform castles designed for defense into chateaus and palaces where they could live comfortably, and to construct elaborate tombs for themselves and their husbands. They used patronage to honor their own dynastic lineages, another kind of network, as well as those of their husbands. Unsurprisingly, Isabel d'Este's patronage has been very well studied, as she commissioned paintings by Raphael and Da Vinci, sculptures, poetry, and musical compositions. Katarina Sforza, and she also wrote a jillion letters, and they've all been saved, which is wonderful. Katarina Sforza, who also served as regent for her son, organized public ceremonies and rituals that reinforced her right to rule, creating an image of power through these and through building projects, furnishings, and luxury goods. Noble women throughout Europe fashioned identities of religious piety through supporting the construction and maintenance of religious buildings and paying for and participating in religious rituals. Female rulers and wives of rulers who themselves had had a good education also established permanent positions at their courts, hiring court composers and musicians, portrait artists, and by the late 17th century, scientists and philosophers. So studies of patronage networks have examined how these things shaped cultural production. Writers who felt that their work might not be acceptable for some reason took special care to find a powerful dedicatee, hoping that this individual would be flattered enough not only to provide a financial grant, but also to push for the work's publication and sale. Women authors in particular, or those who wrote works directed to women or favorable works about women, often chose one or more powerful upper-class women as a dedicatee, hoping that this would forestall or lessen criticism. This research on patronage networks has also meshed with the research on the consumer revolution, which has been a huge thing in early modern Europe. As scholars have studied the ways wealthy or middle-class women became more significant as patrons of culture. They paid composers for their work and bought books of musical composition and scientific treatises and all types of literature. Women's reading often brought them into contact with the world of palaces and courtly life, which is yet another type of network. Middle-class women responded by making their own homes more elaborate and their clothing more decorative. Although rulers and church officials, who were mostly male, set the style for large public buildings, women frequently decided how private homes were to be decorated, as we can tell from letters between husbands and wives and family account books. They ordered more furniture, porcelain and silver table pieces, and small paintings of still lifes and domestic scenes that themselves showed household interiors. Okay, so we might wonder how much women's role as patrons or consumers actually influenced literary or cultural developments, particularly because today styles in clothing, home furnishings, and art are so often determined by a few designers or promoters and then marketed through mass advertising. By contrast, though, early modern patrons were much more active. And there's some evidence that middle-class women were just as specific in their orders for paintings or silverware as Louis XIV was in his decoration of Versailles. They medal all the time. Female consumers, from the wealthiest on down, were often enmeshed in networks of debt. There's another kind of network that bound people together. For example, in credit, fashion, sex, economies of regard in old regime France, Claire Croston has discovered that elite women, including Queen Marie Antoinette, often owed huge sums of money to their dressmakers, who designed and made elaborate clothing on the assumption that these women would pay, but they didn't. As Croston argues, credit was both a central part of actual economic exchange and a cultural currency through which people built and lost reputations and gained and lost power and influence. Other wealthy people, including noble women, also borrowed money at a ferocious rate, sometimes becoming deeply indebted, yet people continued to loan them money for the access to power and influence that they could provide. If you've been following that story for Ivanka Trump, she's only the last in the long line of really rich women who don't pay their dressmakers and workers in general. So I think debt and credit is another kind of network, a kind of web through which objects, words, gossip, and sometimes cash went in all directions. Okay. Beyond studies of patronage and credit, social and economic historians have also begun to examine how familial networks linked with other types of ties and sometimes extended far beyond the local. As Susanna Shaw-Romney has recently demonstrated in her book, New Netherland Connections, Intimate Networks and Atlantic Ties in 17th Century America, for example, women formed an essential part of the networks created by religion, family, trade, friendship, neighborhoods, and godparentage that bound together the Dutch Atlantic. Unmarried servants, soldiers and sailors' wives, middling status artisans' wives, poor young widows, and many other women bounced from one port and one ship and sometimes one spouse to another, loaning money, serving as business partners, and trading in goods as they forged a new imperial economy. In Kinship and Capitalism, Marriage, Family, and Business in the English-Speaking World, Richard Graspy has similarly examined these kind of English familial economic business networks. Political historians are also increasingly examining the ways in which early modern states relied on family networks and soft power, along with war and official state-to-state diplomacy to expand and hold power, which allowed women in ruling dynasties robust roles. Queens regnant, queens consort, queen mothers, and regents collaborated with men in the transmission of dynastic power through official and unofficial channels, and participated in the events that demonstrated dominance. Such women also had enormous cultural power, exerting artistic, literary, and religious patronage to shape the material culture and ritual life of Europe. This point isn't a new one, but thinking about all of this as a network is new. Some of the new work on early modern networks has utilized social network theory, which argues that social networks have a critical impact on individual and group identity, the creation and dissemination of knowledge and opportunities, and socio-political discourse. And I apologize for sort of ending my talk with theory rather than starting it, especially at the end of a long day, but you're all going off to have supper after this, and so that's what I'll do. Here I'm, when thinking about how theory and how network theory has been used, I'm relying on the work of Teresa Kemp, Catherine Powell, and Beth Link, especially their article, Accounting for Early Modern Women in the Arts, Reconsidering Women's Agency, Networks, and Relationships, that article, and it's in the bibliography. They've helped me to understand what network theory is and how we can use it as scholars of the early modern period. They explain that, and I'm quoting, networks were just as significant in early modern life as they are now. Employment opportunities, marriage, election to civic office, these are just some of the life events that were impacted by the people one knew. Of course, not all ties are created equal. Some links are more tenuous than others. In social network analysis, the principle of embeddedness is designed to capture the strength of a tie between two actors. The stronger the tie, the more embedded it is said to be. In assessing embeddedness, one considers some of the following factors: the duration of a relationship, whether the relationship leads to the creation of knowledge, whether the relationship facilitates the exchange of important information, whether the relationship is diverse, meaning whether the the actors relate on only one level or on several different levels. Relationships other than purely transactions, the ones that exist come on a spectrum of embeddedness. In the early modern period, where social stability was frequently at stake, kinship was a primary source of friendship and thus embedded relationships for both men and women. So, interestingly, two key findings have emerged from extensive research in embedded relationships: that the creation of knowledge takes place almost exclusively within networks of embedded ties, and the presence of trust is a critical factor in the establishment of an embedded tie. The nature of a relationship, and thus its embeddedness, can be ascertained from historical sources. It's possible to determine whether actors have frequent contacts over a lengthy period of time, or merely come across each other's path from time to time. It's also possible to discern the type of information they exchanged, on how many levels they related. Were they, say, at the same time, I don't know, sisters of law, church members together, neighbors, patrons of the same artist, visited the same places, all of these things then create different layers of embeddedness, sometimes just simply involving the same two people. We can reasonably infer whether trust is involved based on the fruits of a relationship, its length, whether kinship is involved, whether money lending occurred, and so on. Kemp, Howell, and Link argue that social network analysis has an important role to play in providing scholars with a different toolkit with which to approach the study of early modern women who do not easily fit into traditional models of scholarship, and in turn bring into the foreground women who may have been otherwise forgotten or marginalized, which is sort of exactly what you're doing here. Piecing relationships and ties together enables us to reconstruct, albeit imperfectly, collective thinking on the part of women and their participation in social networks, from which we can gain a better sense of early modern women's sphere of influence and action in social, cultural, and even civic activity. In the article, it's in the bibliography, these three authors follow their own advice in examining networks that link the English woman Agnes Henslow and her daughter Joan Allen in the family's entertainment establishments, including the wildly successful Rose Theatre in 17th century London, so one kind of network, a theatrical network, and also networks that link the Dutch naturalist and illustrator Marie Sylvain Marion and her daughters, so three women in a familial network to fellow artists, scientists, civic leaders, and collectors. Very recently, a few scholars have begun to use digital tools to enhance their study of networks in which early modern women were active, an approach suggested by Catherine Medici in her insightful article, Using Network Analysis to Understand Early Modern Women. It's in the Journal of Early Modern Women, and I recommend it to all of you. Medici notes that while reconstructing networks by hand can shed important light onto our understanding of early modern women, using digital tools can enable scholars to build networks that are larger and more comprehensive. Computerized network analysis also allows scholars to perform quantitative analysis to reveal, amongst other things, the centrality of a woman in a particular network, these kind of nodes, or her influence in terms of the number of contexts that she helps facilitate. So, network analysis is thus becoming an important way to investigate early modern women, one that can build on earlier scholarship with new theoretical insights and new tools. This conference and the research project on which it is based will certainly yield new insights, bringing individuals, groups, and musical works to light that we knew nothing about. Along with new archival research, however, I'd also encourage at least some of you to go back to some of the topics we think we know and look at them again. All those Italian nuns composing and performing music were certainly a network or a group of interwoven networks, and approaching them as such can allow us to see them in a new way. So we can go back to that and say, oh, now we have this new way of looking at them. Let's look at the nodes between them. Let's look at how they're related as families. Did they go to, which convents did they go to? Where did they move? We think they're all behind walls. They're not. They move around all the time. I think that the same is true of the other topics in music, kind of where I started this talk, like what were people looking at back 30 years ago, to go back to them along with comments and everything else that people are looking at and say, now we have this new tool, both new physical tools, computerized tools, and also new theoretical tools like network analysis to say, we can do this in a way. One of the benefits, I think, of still doing that faddish topic, women's history, 30 years on, is that we can both explore new areas We don't just have to talk about Italian nuns, but we can also rethink familiar ones with these new tools that we now have and new ways of looking at it. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to kind of think about both an older topic and newer approaches, and also for doing what you're doing as part of this network. And someday I'll get back to Granada in person again and eat dinner at midnight. Thanks a lot, and I'll be happy to take questions if we have time.
Thank you very much, Mary. That was a wonderful tour of the state of the art.
From my office.
From your office. And I'm particularly excited by the new theoretical approaches and the potential of digital tools that you brought in at the end of your talk. And I think that this project is certainly thinking along those lines, and we'll hope to go in those kinds of directions. The notion of embeddedness has opened up a whole range of ideas that relate to my research I'll be talking about tomorrow, based on wills made by women, where relationships and ties are particularly important and perhaps can be demonstrated as shaping cultural, devotional practices. I don't know, I have to think more, but I don't want to hog the floor. So please, if there are any questions, either from people attending virtually or from people in the room, and perhaps Ascensión can mediate for us there. Please take this opportunity to ask Mary.
Okay, sorry. I've turned off the live feed. It's a very recent article, and it's kind of outside my wheelhouse because it's dealing with 13th century. But what Brianne has done is do a really deep dive into archives that had already been examined. But what she's done is she's found a whole load of other terms that relate to women's musical creativity. And basically her thesis is that there are no women trouvères, because that's not what women were doing. They were doing something else. And it's taken her very painstaking research to kind of tease that out, and really just to say, well, you know, we actually do need to completely redraw the boundaries. And I'm sort of struggling with the idea that we have all these digital tools available, but the information that we've gathered may not be the information that we need.
Yeah. Again, having not read it, but I think that I you know, understand, I mean, that the kind of terminology that we're using, and I think that a couple of things that and I know art history better than music history, so you'll have to be the ones to tell me about what's kind of going on in music and in musical history. But one of the things that's been so exciting, I think, in art history and a little bit earlier too in literary history is this sort of what I certainly said 30 years ago, and why my sections on women artists and women musicians were so short, is that, you know, there weren't any female artists, there weren't any female sculptors, there are no female sculptors, there's no female architects, there's these handful of women artists, you know, the names that we and people we constantly know, you know about, repeat over and over again, these few female composers. And there certainly aren't any women, you know, humanists at all, because women didn't have a Renaissance, right? I mean, we all sort of believed Joan Kelly, lock, stock, and barrel. And then what people in literature, Dan Robin, for example, and people in art history started to do is, in fact, going back and saying, okay, let's not start with this premise. Let's try to start with the works and look at places and look at artistic genres that we hadn't looked at before. Not paying attention only to oil and fresco, but to other sorts of things, not only where you might expect, like needlework, where of course there's tons of women, but also, you know, artistic genres, the miniature, the watercolor, that, you know, like that we just hadn't kind of, our argument in art history is that, you know, we sort of bought Vasari's understanding of what's art. And we didn't look at the rest of this stuff, the rest of these kinds of cultural products, and we didn't call them art. And so I think that's been, what's been really exciting has been people kind of opening things up and saying, oh, what do you know? There's a lot of nuns who are painting and nuns who get commissions and nuns, and they're doing these things and they're painting in these kind of genres that people hadn't looked at very much before. Erica Gaffney right now has this wonderful, her art history website, Herstory website, and she's really looking for completely, and she's found, I know, I used to have a name of like 10 female artists from the Renaissance that I could go, and I know of 100. They don't do a lot. They do kind of, in some cases, pretty weird stuff. Like they do anatomical models, but like they're, it's like, okay, but these are anatomical models, which we didn't ever consider art. But they follow the kind of conventions of other arts as well, as does needlework, like there's sort of high Renaissance, and then there's kind of Mannerist, and then it's Baroque, and that, so these are genres that kind of look beyond the, again, like sort of thinking probably since I haven't read this article, if you look beyond where we've looked for kind of troubadour sort of stuff, that if you look beyond it into other sorts of, I'm imagining this, in other sorts of musical genres, then you end up with finding more women there or not. So that you need to kind of break down the boundaries of what, what's kind of considered where we're looking. And this is where, I had sort of started with where I find this kind of, what you guys are doing with your book on the sound of the city is so exciting, because it's like the whole history of the senses as a brand new, there's another new field of history that I wish people would quit doing the fields of history because I got to learn them all. But the history of the senses is one of those. It's really, of course we understood that people in the 16th century in the past heard and smelled and felt. Of course they had bodies that had senses, and and we understand, we understood that wasn't, it's not a new thing, but to really think about that explicitly and to try to then define the soundscape of, or I just read this book on the smells, like the early modern city, which we know smelled bad, but let's get beyond, it smelled bad because there were rotting carcasses around, but what did, how were these kind of things? And I just think that's so interesting to think about, especially, for you folks, meaning historians of music, because it's in the air. It's not, enclosed women could be heard, if you wandered by a convent, even after the Council of Trent, and even if women, so women are sort of in theory enclosed, although Liz Leopold says they won't really, that people, that would have been part of the kind of the soundscape. And so, I'm interested in, we've been getting at the 16th Century Journal now more of this kind of research into the scapes, the smellscape, if you can put it that way, the olfactory landscape and the soundscape, and the really kind of, well, walking around, what would have still, even the physical landscape, what would have still been there. And we just had a wonderful submission. It's making its way through about bells and thinking about music, and the physical presence of bells, and then the sound of bells, and just had an article submitted. It's again making its way through about the Christianization of thinking of Spain. You're in Granada. The Christianization of the enforcement of Christianity in Granada and other places as a sound. Like the sounds of it that people would have then not heard. Muslim calls to prayer, and they would have heard, which again, we understand that, we kind of, sure we knew that, but we never really thought about it explicitly that way. So I think that's where, kind of where I ended up about looking at the stuff we think we know, and say, oh, but now we need to think about it as something, like the history of the emotions, another thing that's just come up in the last 15. We all wrote about people who had emotions, and you used words to describe these people, your people that you write about, and then but you didn't really think about it. Oh, that's the history of the emotions. Well, I should think about that more explicitly. And I think that there, to me, and I'm sure that, people are working in music about, I read a few things, about music and the emotions. Susan Carrott-Nunn's book about the Reformation and the emotions, and what was it like when there wasn't, and, of course, Martin Luther is a great fan of music and the Calvinists are not. So there's a really different, among Protestants, just quite a wide variety of opinion about music, and partly because of its emotional appeal. So, there's another whole thing about, okay, well, let's think about that as a history of the connections between the music and the history of the emotions, which I think would be, I don't know if much is being done, but I would think it would be, there's a whole new way to sort of think about even whatever you want to, you're very traditional, again, I think that's the sort of thing about thinking about, okay, well, what would it have been like then to be a person sitting in, in a church in wherever, in the 16th century and hearing this stuff, what's kind of the emotional valences and what would people have been trained to be there? What should they have been trained for in a certain kind of emotional response to have this, and are they going to do this or not? So I think, all of these are are really kind of exciting. But it does mean that we might have been looking in the wrong places. We might have been using the wrong words to look. If you're using some sort of computer-assisted research analysis, you might really have the wrong words and then you wouldn't notice it at all. But I think it's all this sort of part of opening up kind of what we understand as certain kinds of the arts or the cultural products that in ways that are really, really exciting. So is that getting out at all, Laura?
I mean, well, yes. I mean, I just thought when you said something about needlework, I mean, that was just so thrilling to me, because needlework to me, I imagine is a collective activity. It's not just one person. It's a group of people working on something. And one of the hardest things to pin down as a musicologist is kind of a collective agency in composing, and redefining women's musical creativity, women who write words for music. Mm-hmm. Are they writing songs? I mean, I'm thinking about away from Europe, the famous women musicians, all we have are their words, and that's all that's needed, because they're writing new words to existing melodies, existing tonal structures, the Nanjing courtesans or Mirabai in India. So the idea of collective women, particularly women working collectively to create something that is culturally significant, I think is really thrilling. And that's a network, that's a tiny mini network. Even if it's in the same room or the same convent or the same city or whatever, I think is thrilling. I'm going to let Tess wrap this up, because I shouldn't be hogging the conversation.
Thank you so much, Laurie, for your intervention. And my very, very warm thanks to Mary, who has raised so many interesting questions and so many new directions for us to follow. I myself have been working on music and history of the emotions in the last few years, and it's all been a bit tentative, but I've been drawing on historians of the emotions, and I think there is a lot we can do, but Laurie has raised a very important point. Where are we looking? What terms are we looking at when we look at, for example, emotional discourses? But anyway, it's time to wrap up. We're very, very grateful to you, Mary, and thank you so much. And when you do visit Granada, I hope to be there as well. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Bueno, y muchísimas gracias a todos los que habéis quedado hasta el final. Continuamos
Ascensión, do
mañana a
you
las
want to
9:30.
say any more, or it's dinner time, no?
¿Está silenciado? Tess, ¿puedes repetir que no te he escuchado?
Ascensión, do you need to say anything more? Or
Simply thank you so much for the lecture, and thank you, Tess, for chairing the session. Thank you.
Yep. Bye-bye. Have a good dinner. And I'm sorry I can't be there. I'm really... Bye-bye.